Chapter 841, Welcome. Chapter 841, Welcome. Zhou Huang saluted Sage Luyun and said, I did not have such intentions. Zhou Ya and Zhou Yu sincerely wish to enter the 9-state college to cultivate and pursue the great path with the geniuses in the college. If the 9-state college has any examination, the two of them will gladly take it. Like brother has said, it would be my honor to enter the 9-state college through an examination. Zhou Ya also bowed to Sage Luyun and said courteously. He then turned to Yi Futian and rebutted, However, what is your motive behind your words, Yi Futian? Watch your manners to your elders. Yi Futian looked coldly at Zhou Ya and said, We're at the 9-state college, I do not wish to give you pointers here. Zhou Ya clenched his fists. Back then, on the 9-state forum, Yi Futian's pointers to him were a huge humiliation to him. Not turning around to look at Zhou Ya, Yi Futian bowed to Sage Luyun and continued saying, In last year's 9-state forum, Senior had invited Yu Sheng to the 9-state college to cultivate. However, this ungrateful fellow did not agree. After he got back, I have scolded him and now, Yu Sheng has already stepped into the sage plane. This time, we have come to visit the 9-state college and I would like to have Yu Sheng interact with the college's geniuses for a period of time. He can also learn from seniors to broaden his horizons. Beside him, Yu Sheng was stunned. He was being sold off? He was dispirited after he finally knew the reason why Yi Futian brought him along. Sage Luyun smiled and replied, Yu Sheng has obtained first on the 9-state forum and many of the college's disciples would like to meet him. Since Palace Lord Yi is willing to let Yu Sheng interact with the 9-state college's disciples, we welcome you with open arms. The 9-state college had an open learning atmosphere, so they were naturally willing to accept Yu Sheng into the college to exchange knowledge. As the number one person on the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng's strength would naturally be able to inspire many of the college's geniuses. Beside them, the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty saw Sage Liuyun's immediate acceptance and were unhappy. Of course, Zhou Ya and Zhou Yu could not be compared with the first on the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng. They could see that from the difference in attitude that Sage Luyun treated them with. Thank you, Senior. Yi Futian smiled. They were seeking help from St. Jiang, so they naturally needed to stay in the 9-state college for a period of time. Letting Yu Sheng join the 9-state college was indeed to bridge some of the distance. They knew that as the number one college in the 9 states, the 9-state college would definitely have the magnanimity to accept him. Apart from that, I have also come to the college for my master. I would like to visit Senior St. Jiang. Yi Futian continued saying. He was honest and did not hide anything. Even if he did not say it, everyone would be able to guess his motive for coming. Sage Luyun looked at Sage Dozhan, who was standing behind Yi Futian, and replied, I have heard that Sage Dozhan was able to summon the divine path's rule power during battle. He is indeed worthy of respect and I am willing to refer him to St. Jiang. However, Senior St. Jiang's identity is rather unique. I believe that Palace Lord Yi has some understanding about that as well. He is cultivating in seclusion within the college, and even I am not able to meet him freely. Yi Futian nodded lightly. He had done his due diligence before coming. St. Jiang was referred to both as the medicine saint and poison lord and was both benevolent and cruel. He operated alone and later went into seclusion in the 9-state college, but did not take on any position in the 9-state college. His position in the college was beyond handling worldly affairs. Moreover, as the 12th on the saint ranking, there were only barely more than 10 people in the entire 9 states that could be ranked above him. How esteemed was his position? Naturally, St. Jiang did not have to give anyone face. Even the 9-state college's college chief might not even be able to make St. Jiang do anything. As such, Yi Futian had to come personally to show his respect in order to obtain the slightest chance of meeting him. Understood? Yi Futian nodded in understanding and continued saying, Could I stay in the 9-state college for a short period of time? Sage Luyun looked at Yi Futian. It seemed like Yi Futian wanted to visit St. Jiang personally. As he smiled, Sage Luyun nodded and replied, If Palace Lord Yi would like to stay in the college as a guest, I would be more than happy to oblige. If St. Jiang was willing to help Yi Futian, he would naturally have no objections. It was St. Jiang's decision to make and he could not interfere. He also wanted to see if Yi Futian could request that lone wolf to help him. "I'll be intruding on your hospitality then." Yi Futian smiled and replied. He would only take yes for an answer. "Please." Sage Luyun beckoned to him. At that moment, a group of people stepped forward. They were the people from the Xihua Sacred Mountain who had escorted Yi Futian here. Lu Zong stepped forward and saluted Sage Luyun, saying, "I am Lu Zong and have been ordered by my master to escort Palace Lord Yi to the Nine State College. However, I have long heard of the reputation of the Nine State College. I would like to take this chance to enter the college to cultivate for a period of time as well. I hope Senior will allow it." Lu Zong was suave with an extraordinary aura. Sage Luyun smiled and replied, "The Xihua Sacred Mountain's disciple taught personally by all three saints is definitely most welcome by the Nine State College." "Thank you, Senior." Lu Zong smiled and replied. He then turned to Yi Futian and said, "Palace Lord Yi, since we have already escorted you here, I have completed my master's orders. In the future, the Xihua Sacred Mountain will not participate in the Holy Ji Palace and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's affairs." "Okay." Yi Futian looked nonchalantly at Lu Zong and replied. It had been a smooth and uneventful journey thus far. However, just as they had arrived in the Nine-State City, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was one step ahead of them in coming to the Nine-State College. What transpired behind closed doors was worth pondering. Now, they had not even entered the Nine-State College and Lu Zong was absolving the Xihua Sacred Mountain of any responsibility. However, since they had already arrived, they would not have to worry about the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty for now. No matter how overbearing the Great Zhou Sacred King was, he would not dare to deal with them while they were in the Nine-State College. What position would the Nine-State College be placed in if he did that? "Please follow me, I'll arrange for a welcome for all of you." Sage Luyun invited them in. They all nodded and stepped into the Nine-State College. The Nine-State College had boundless land and it was extremely spacious in the college. At that moment, many people looked at Yi Futian and the rest, scrutinizing them. That person is Yi Futian, the man of the moment in the Nine States. Beside him is Yu Sheng, the #1 person in the Nine-State Forum organized by the Xihua Sacred Mountain. It was rumored that during the Nine-State Forum, Yu Sheng and Yaya were both unrivaled. No one could even stand up to them, and after it was confirmed that Yaya was a spiritual body, it further showed Yu Sheng's strength. Countless people discussed among themselves. They were all young people and many of them were in the noble plane. Occasionally, some sage plane teenagers would walk by and look towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Not just Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, there are too many outstanding figures in that group. The Tombkeeper Village Chief, who is a saint. Zhou Huang, an expert on the sage ranking. The Xihua Sacred Mountain also has 2 people on the sage ranking as well as Lu Zong, the disciple of the 3 saints. Zhou Ye, the reputed successor to the Great Zhou Sacred King, appeared less impactful because of his defeat on the Nine-State Forum. Many of the college's disciples followed along as they mumbled to themselves. Someone asked, "Where is Sage Luyun bringing them to?" Within the college, a figure walked towards them. The person looked like a scholar and had a suave demeanor. He bowed to Sage Luyun and addressed him, "Uncle Master?" Muchen, today the Holy Ji Palace Lord Yi, a few of the princes from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty as well as the Xihua Sacred Mountains Lu Zong and a few others are entering the college. They will be staying in the college to cultivate for a period of time. I am preparing to bring them to the Qingyun building to give them a welcome. Since you're here, go inform a few of your brothers to come and pay respects to them." Sage Luyun smiled and told him, "Yes." Muchen nodded his head lightly, then turned to Yi Futian and the rest, bowing slightly before turning around and leaving. The surrounding people all had shocked expressions. The place that Sage Luyun had chosen to give them a welcome was the Qingyun building. The Qingyun building got its name from a phrase meaning to rise up rapidly and was one of the 4 major buildings in the Nine-State College. It had always been the place for the most outstanding talents from the Nine-State College to pursue the great path or to receive influential figures. Today, Sage Luyun had decided to give Yi Futian a welcome in the Qingyun building. His purpose for doing it was obvious. He wanted the elites of the Nine-State College to see the prodigies of the 3 Holy Lands for themselves. especially Yi Futian, Yu Sheng and Lu Zong. The three of them were the most outstanding young generation among the 9 states' holy lands. The Qingyun building was located in a central location within the 9-state college. There was a loft there and it looked more like a decoration. There were many seats in front of the building in the formation of a ring. At that moment, Sage Luyun, Yi Futian and the rest were taking their seats. The 9-state college took the main seat while Yi Futian and the rest were in the secondary seat. The great Zhou sacred dynasty and Xihua sacred mountain took the left and right respectively. From the seating arrangement, it seemed that the Holy Ji Palace was the most important of the 3 holy lands this time. Of course, this was because the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace Lord had personally come and also had a saint, so it was only natural for them to take the most esteemed position. However, even so, it was a huge surprise when compared to the 9-state forum. If this was before the 9-state forum, the Holy Ji Palace would not receive such respect. In the area in front of them, there was an empty space for sparring. On the other end, there were experts from the 9-state college arriving in succession. They all had remarkable auras. After they arrived, they all paid their respects to Yi Futian and the rest before taking their seats. Behind them, many disciples from the 9-state college started to gather. However, they only stood where they were and did not step forward. Evidently, the Qingyun building was not a place where all the disciples could have a seat. They only had the right to watch from a distance. Zhu Yan is here too. At that moment, a soft outburst sounded from the crowd. A disciple from the college stepped into the Qingyun building, bowed to Sage Luyun, Yi Futian and the others before taking a seat. Jiang Chuan. Someone's gaze froze as they saw another person. Although the person had no aura around his body and looked like an ordinary scholar, he had a glow around his body and many of the college's disciples looked at him with admiration. Chapter 842. In front of the Qingyun building, more and more of the 9-state college's disciples started to gather and took their places. In front of the Qingyun building, more and more of the 9-state college's disciples started to gather and took their places. Yi Futian saw a few familiar faces that he had previously seen on the 9-state forum. For example, one of the top 10 in the 9-state forum, Yi Guhong. Now, Yi Guhong had already stepped into the sage plane. He sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Yu Sheng in the guest seat, thinking to himself, he should have entered the sage plane by now. Back then, on the 9-state forum stage, Yi Guhong had been defeated by Yaya and did not even enter the top 5. He had personally experienced Yaya's strength, but after he heard that Yaya was a spiritual body, he felt that his defeat was not unjustified. However, how strong was Yu Sheng to be able to defeat Yaya? Back then, he did not have a chance to fight with Yu Sheng on the 9-state forum. Countless disciples surrounded the outer ring of the Qingyun building, looking up at the Qingyun building as though observing a ceremony. The people sitting in the Qingyun building, apart from the people from the 3 holy lands, were all already very famous within the 9-state college. At that moment, Sage Luyun looked around at everyone and said, smiling, "Today, I am glad to introduce the people from the 3 holy lands to all of you. This is the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace Lord Yi Futian, as well as its holy elder and the number 1 person on the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng. I am sure you have heard of them. This is the great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Huang. He is an expert on the sage ranking. With him are Zhou Ya and Zhou Yu. They are both princes from the sacred dynasty. This is Lu Zong, the disciple of the 3 saints from Xihua sacred mountain." After Sage Liuyun's simple introduction, the college's disciples all paid their respects. They all had elegant demeanors and outstanding auras. This time, from the 3 holy lands, Yu Sheng, Lu Zong, Zhou Ya, and Zhou Yu have agreed to enter the 9-state college to cultivate for a period of time. As such, I have gathered all of you here. You are the elites of the college, and this is a rare opportunity that you can have a chance to learn from Palace Lord Yi, the first on the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng, and the 3 saints' disciple, Lu Zong, and take cultivation pointers from them, Sage Luyun said to those in the building. Yes. They all nodded as beside them, Yi Futian replied, "Senior, you are being too courteous. The 9-state college is full of talented people and has the best teachers in the 9 states to teach them. We have come to seek answers to our cultivation, How could we be qualified to teach the 9 state colleges' geniuses? At best, we are only exchanging cultivation tips. Palace Lord Yi, there is no need to be humble. Although you only battled once on the 9 state forum, entering the Nether Sword Mound and Palace Lord Ye's performance in the Holy Ji Palace's Sacred War was excellent. For the younger generation, it is not too much to say that they are learning from you. Even those with higher cultivation levels than Palace Lord might not understand cultivation as well as Palace Lord Yi, Sage Luyun said. It was not purely flattery. Yi Futian had activated the sword matrix of the void to kill the chess saint and had shouldered Sage Dozhan's divine catastrophe during the Sacred War, then nearly killed Zhou Huang. To Yi Futian, his only flaw was his age. Now, Yi Futian and Yu Xing had come to the 9 state college, so they would naturally make good use of this opportunity to temper the 9 state college's disciples. They could also see how the college's geniuses fared against Yi Futian and Yu Xing. The people from the 9 state college were all very quiet. Sage Luyun looked at them again and asked, "Today, so many extraordinary figures from the 3 holy lands are here, why are you so quiet? There is no need to conceal anything. Anyone who has a question in cultivation, go ahead and ask." Yes. The disciples nodded. At that moment, a person stood up and bowed to them and said, "I am the 9 state college's disciple Mu Chen." The people from the 3 holy lands looked towards him. Mu Chen had an elegant disposition and was handsome with a scholarly aura, giving off a pleasant feeling. Palace Lord Yi has ascended to the Palace Lord of a holy land at such a young age, and Lu Zong is the disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain's 3 saints and is reputed to become a saint in the future. I would like to ask the 2 of you, why do we cultivate? Mu Chen asked. He had directed his question towards Yi Futian and Lu Zong. Everyone's gaze landed on the 2 of them. Lu Zong smiled and said, "Palace Lord Yi, why don't you go first?" Yi Futian looked at Mu Chen and smiled, asking, "When I was younger, my elders claimed that I was chosen by the gods and was born extraordinary. Therefore, I also believed that I was destined to change the world. Have you ever had a similar experience?" Many people had smiles on their faces. Evidently, many of them had experienced similar situations. "After I grew up, I found out," Yi Futian smiled, "that elder of mine was absolutely right." Many people heard Yi Futian's joking tone and started laughing. In rumors, Yi Futian was extremely outstanding. They did not expect him to have such a humorous side. Everyone will experience many things in their life, I am the same as well. You will have a mission in every phase of your life, and what I need to do is to make sure I do the best for every phase, Yi Futian replied. So, if you ask me why I cultivate, I don't know, but I know why I cultivate now, to eliminate the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and let the barren state rise among the 9 states. From the day I inherited the position of Palace Lord, that has been my mission, Yi Futian said slowly. Although he still smiled while saying it, the expressions of the people around him had turned solemn. They felt a sense of respect for him. The people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty were sitting right beside him, but he had no reservations in saying that it was his mission. So, cultivation is to make good of the present, Yi Futian replied. Mu Chen bowed slightly towards Yi Futian and said, "Thank you for your wisdom." Sage Luyun also commended him in his heart. As expected of the Palace Lord of a holy land, this was the magnanimity of a Palace Lord. At that moment, the crowd turned to look at Lu Zong. Lu Zong said, "Cultivation is like climbing a mountain. Why do we all climb this mountain? There are some people who give up at the foot of the mountain, some who are unable to continue along the way. However, I want to see the view at the top of the mountain." Many people looked at Lu Zong with a newfound respect. Although the disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain's 3 saints had a completely different answer from Yi Futian, he had his own spirit of wanting to reach the top to see the entire world scenery. "Thank you for your answer." Mu Chen smiled and nodded, then took a seat. Evidently, he liked Yi Futian's answer more, as seen by his reply to the 2 of them. "I would like to ask Palace Lord Yi, what is the difference between a weak and a strong cultivator?" Zhu Yan looked at Yi Futian. He did not stand up but continued sitting down. "Potential," Yi Futian replied. "Palace Lord Yi thinks that potential can determine everything?" Zhu Yan asked. "If that is so, effort and frame of mind are all meaningless? If it is like Palace Lord Yi has said, isn't one's cultivation determined from birth? Someone beside Zhu Yan asked while looking at Yi Futian. Not just them, but many of the surrounding 9 state college disciples all looked at Yi Futian. In the world of cultivation, potential was predetermined, so many cultivators believed in hard work and improving one's frame of mind. I grew up in a small island city far away. Where I grew up, mandate sorcerers are considered geniuses and have outstanding potential. In many small cities, many people are diligently cultivating, and there are also others with a firm will to protect their homeland. However, why is it that the ones cultivating in the 9 state college are all of you here and not them? Yi Futian looked at the crowd and asked. All of a sudden, the crowd fell silent. In the 9 states, it was impossible for someone who was not a mandate sorcerer without a life spirit to have high achievements. However, I did not say that potential determines everything. Potential is only the starting line for a cultivator. Only when you start at the starting line can you put in effort, determination, and frame of mind into the equation. However, nobody can deny that those with outstanding potential have to put in less effort to achieve results. That is exactly why those with less potential have to put in more effort and have a more determined frame of mind. However, those that reach the end will definitely have more outstanding potential than others. However, their potential might not be the most outstanding, but their determination and frame of mind will definitely be the most resilient, Yi Futian said slowly. Many people who had doubted him previously were all in awe. Some people with higher cultivation levels also secretly agreed. Yi Futian's understanding of cultivation was indeed thorough. One's potential was only the starting line of cultivation, but could not determine one's eventual achievement. Is there a difference in strength between rules and laws? Zhu Yan asked again. Of course. Some rare rule powers are the combination of multiple rule powers, so they are naturally stronger than singular rule powers. However, although there are strong and weak rule powers, its strength still depends on its user, Yi Futian replied, and many people nodded in agreement. Although there were differences in the strength of rule power, it was eventually up to the user. I have heard that Palace Lord Yi cultivates in spatial rule power and specializes in space freezing. I cultivate in shredding rule power and specialize in both shredding rule power and force rule power. Does Palace Lord Yi feel that the spatial rule power or the shredding rule power is stronger? As his voice landed, everyone in the area had shocked expressions. Zhu Yan was asking for a duel. They are both not simplistic rule powers and can counter each other. It all depends on the user, Yi Futian replied. Then, who does Palace Lord Yi think is stronger? Zhu Yan asked again. There was a hint of aggression in his voice, and he had bared his fangs. Many of the 9 state colleges' elites naturally wanted to challenge the man of the moment in the 9 states, Yi Futian. Zhu Yan wants to challenge the Holy Ji Palace Lord Yi Futian, the disciples in the outer ring mumbled in astonishment. They also wanted to see Yi Futian's strength for themselves. Zhu Yan was an extremely famous figure in the 9 state college and had exceptional combat ability. What do you feel? Yi Futian suddenly smiled and asked him. Zhu Yan smiled as well and replied, Me? Since that is so, why do you need to ask? Yi Futian answered. Zhu Yan nodded, then stood up and stepped towards the empty sparring area in front of them. He saluted Yi Futian and said, The 9 state college's disciple Zhu Yan, mid-level sage, wishes to challenge Palace Lord Yi. Many of the college's disciples had a glint in their eyes. As expected, Zhu Yan had challenged Yi Futian. Many people from the 9 state college were excited. One of them was the 9 states' legendary figure, the young palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, while the other was an extremely outstanding genius from the 9 state college. They had high hopes for the battle. Chapter 843. Yi Futian looked at Sage Luyun and saw him say with a smile, If Palace Lord Yi wouldn't mind, please help me instruct these youngsters of the 9 state college, lest they are unaware that there are more powerful ones out there. Yi Futian looked at Sage Luyun and saw him say with a smile, If Palace Lord Yi wouldn't mind, please help me instruct these youngsters of the 9 state college, lest they are unaware that there are more powerful ones out there. Upon hearing the words of Sage Luyun, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He got up and walked down the steps, his gaze falling upon Zhu as he said, "If it's just a sparring session, then we won't go all out. There is no winning or losing, so don't take the outcome too seriously and let it affect your heart and mind." Everyone who heard Yi Futian expressed an odd look because although he said that the outcome was unimportant, his tone obviously implied that Zhu Yan would lose, reminding him not to let the loss influence his heart. "Please," Zhu Yan said calmly to Yi Futian while he got up and came to the center of the stage, slightly releasing his aura. The rule's power now coursed between heaven and earth, and behind Yi Futian, there appeared the shape of a demon ape, gradually solidifying its massive body, great like a mountain. From the body of the demon ape, there came an extremely unbridled force, with rule's power descending and pouring into its body. Bang! With a loud boom, the demon ape crossed the void with horrifying momentum toward Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan glanced at the demon ape and felt its dominating aura. His body suddenly released a flow of blazing brilliance, and as his entire body was reddened with heat, extremely wild energy exploded. Suddenly, a savage beast appeared behind him that was somewhat ape-like. He was a creature called by Zhu Yan the fierce beast, and this one was extremely wild. With a long flaming stick in hand, his forcefulness rocketed skyward, and he howled to the demon ape that was coming towards him from the void. "Is this the collision of spirits?" Many people showed a look of surprise. Rule's power integrated into the spirit, as if the real great demon had been made flesh. The divine ape trampled on the void, brandishing a long stick in hand with great might. A powerful force came down from the sky, and the clouds suddenly changed color. Occasional flickers of light radiated onto their bodies of the cultivators below, but many immediately retreated because the pressure they felt gave them a sense of suffocation. With a growl, fire and magma seemed to be flowing through Zhu Yan's body as his body continued to expand and increase. Like a demon god standing between heaven and earth, the strength of the infinite rule's power between heaven and earth was being integrated into that primordial and savage body. Space freezing rule's power is not my forte. This is the other rule that I have comprehended, starry laws. Something for you to experience. Yi Futian still stood on the steps with his hands behind his back, an invisible radiance coursing along his body and climbing upward. Just as he finished speaking, starry laws of the great path shredded the void, blasting down with all its might. In an instant, a wave of incomparably violent storms rolled out. Those geniuses who sat cross-legged had to release their own power to resist this wild force so that they could remain sitting, but the robes on their bodies made sounds in the storm and danced in the wind. Zhu Yan's countenance changed slightly. Behind him, the gigantic body of the fierce beast had raised the long stick in his hand and smashed it into the demon ape that was descending from the sky. As one stick landed, the two sticks collided, and for a moment, Zhu Yan felt the stars fall down while the gravel and dust flew at his feet, cracks appearing on the ground. The body of Zhu Yan the fierce beast was crushed along with Zhu Yan himself, both legs bent, unable to bear the force on top of him. But at this moment, the body of the demon ape rocketed into the sky, its wild power dissipating. The demon ape stood above the void, glanced downwards, and then returned inside of Yi Futian. "You cultivated in the shredding rule's power. Its power for destruction is very strong while the power of starry laws is boundless. You chose to counter the starry laws head-on, suffering a natural disadvantage. You should not have battled me head-on, but should have found an opportunity to concentrate your rule's power to one weakness in the starry laws to destroy it," Yi Futian said to a stunned Zhu Yan. "Of course, these are all theories. The reality of combat still depends on people." Numerous people at the Nine States College looked up at Yi Futian on the steps. He continued standing there. He had defeated Zhu Yan just like that, as if to confirm what he had said before. The strength of the person could overpower all. Clearly, Yi Futian was stronger than Zhu Yan. It has been said that no prestige was vainly earned. Yi Futian's reputation was known throughout the land of the Nine States, and it was unlikely that it was undeserved. Space-freezing rules and starry laws were all rare and powerful forces of the Great Path. Zhu Yan stood there, speechless. He was considered an excellent disciple at the Nine States College, so naturally he had pride and thought highly of himself. Therefore, he believed that he at least had a chance in the battle. But in the end he suffered total defeat. I am unworthy. Zhu Yan turned to return to his own seat and sat cross-legged. He may have appeared calm, but there were waves inside his heart. At this time, another figure appeared. This person was clad in white, without a speck of dust anywhere on him. Even though he was not handsome, he gave out a pleasing aura. Because of the special cultivation that he practiced, his body seemed to flicker with some magical brilliance that caught the eye. Jiang Chuan from the Nine States College requests teachings from Palace Lord Yi. All the disciples of the Nine State College on the periphery looked surprised. Jiang Chuan was also going to take a shot, wanting a taste of Yi Futian's strength. As you please. Yi Futian replied without moving. Jiang Chuan nodded, his shirt fluttering in the wind. In the next moment he disappeared. Suddenly there was endless thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, and flashes of lightning bloomed above the firmament. Their strong glare was blinding. Yi Futian glanced up and saw that Jiang Chuan's body seemed to have disappeared and integrated into the power of lightning and thunder. With every flash of lightning, his shadow could be seen vaguely within as if he was omnipresent. Boom! Crack! Another loud sound, and in front of Yi Futian, there appeared a blade of lightning cutting through the void. Their entire area then became even more terrible, with lightning and thunder completely drowning the area of the Qingyun building. The clouds and wind had changed their color. Another loud boom and the real blade of thunder fell down and chopped towards Yi Futian's head. It was unbelievably swift, and the gazes of many were glued to the scene, their hearts beating rapidly. Jiang Chuan was known for his explosive attacks, killing in the blink of an eye, and his rule's sorcery attacks were very strong. However, at this time, an invisible power of rules shrouded the vast void, and everyone faintly felt that the flow between heaven and earth had slowed down so that time and space seemed to come to a stop. That blade of thunder started to condense and appeared in front of Yi Futian. In front of Yi Futian, a terrible rules light screen appeared, the blade of light chopping down and emitting a piercing, sharp, sizzling sound. Yi Futian looked up and saw that there was a terrible thunderstorm gathering in the void, cutting through the space where he was. A figure appeared in the sky above. It was Jiang Chuan. Yi Futian raised his hand toward the void and made a grabbing gesture. In an instant, a frightening storm rolled out, and the space in which he grasped in his palm seemed to solidify into a star sphere. The thunderstorm raged within but was unable to destroy its confines. Jiang Chuan was trapped in it. Then his palm slammed forward, and suddenly the star sphere was broken. Jiang Chuan's body, likewise, was pushed back by the shock. Suspended in the air, his eyes gazed at Yi Futian, and he said, "What sorcery is this?" You integrated speed into lightning, rendering it shapeless and invisible. You have also integrated rules into your attacks. Rule sorcery can rupture everything. Its power is frightening. Those on the same plane as you within the Nine States College who can beat you probably does not exceed 10 people, Yi Futian said to Jiang Chuan. It was just that I comprehended space-freezing rules and starry laws. The sorcery that resulted in the combination of these two different rules was named Starry Prison, and it was meant for entrapment. I submit. Jiang Chuan put his hands together and bowed to back down, but his heart was incredibly turbulent. Just as Yi Futian had said, even at the Nine State College, not many could compete with him in this plane except for a select few. But in front of Yi Futian, he was still no competition. Yi Futian was only in the mid-range of the Sage Plane, and he already had begun to create rule sorceries with different rules. This kind of talent, which was rarely seen, could not simply be described by the term genius. No wonder he was this well-known in the Nine States at such a young age. Who else would like to give it a try? Yi Futian smiled and surveyed the crowd. Although he was not high in plane, he gave out the eminence of a master. I would also like to request instruction from Palace Lord Yi. Another got up and stepped forward. Naturally, Yi Futian granted the request. After that, several consecutive cultivators came forward to spar, some even higher in level than him, but all within the Sage Plane. Without exception, they were all easily defeated by Yi Futian. The techniques he employed were many and various. It was amazing that he always seemed to find the easiest way to defeat his opponent. At this time, Qingyun Building was quiet. The people who had tried before, although they were not the most outstanding figures of the Nine States College, were excellent among the disciples of the college, and they were crushed by Yi Futian, which showed his prowess. Never mind the barren state, even in the lands of 9 states, Yi Futian's genius could be considered the apex of a pyramid. Some people wondered, how would Yi Futian compare with others at the 9 States College? I have long heard of the renowned palace Lord Yi in the barren state. Today, since you are at our college, I would like to experience it. At this time, a voice came from afar, and the crowd quickly separated to give way. As everyone turned to look, they saw a handsome young man with long flowing hair coming their way. The disciples who had parted way for him expressed looks of admiration. Finally, a truly excellent figure had arrived. Out of those who cultivated at the 9 State College, the strongest group was called the hallowed disciples of the divine path. At 9 State College, there were very few hallowed disciples of the divine path, but they were all once-in-a-lifetime geniuses able to cultivate under the saints. Each one was extremely powerful. Strong disciples such as Zhu Yan and Jiang Chuan occupied extraordinary places at the 9 State College, but they were only candidates for hallowed disciples of the divine path and had yet to obtain the qualification. For example, Jiang Chuan, who possessed special status, was just a boy under Saint Jiang, but his status was still far beneath that of the 2 disciples under Saint Jiang. And the person who had arrived at the moment was a hallowed disciple of the divine path. Chapter 844. Yi Futian bowed his head and looked out into the crowd. He saw that the person who had come had an invisible airflow on his body, which turned into a powerful aura. His supernatural influence on earth seemed to flow with miraculous properties, using his body as the center. Moreover, this young man did not actively draw upon this power. It was as if it were completely natural. Yi Futian bowed his head and looked out into the crowd. He saw that the person who had come had an invisible airflow on his body, which turned into a powerful aura. His supernatural influence on earth seemed to flow with miraculous properties, using his body as the center. Moreover, this young man did not actively draw upon this power. It was as if it were completely natural. When a cultivator reached the sage plane, there will encompass all creation. They were integrated into the heavens and the earth and gave rise to laws. Thus, even if they did not release their own power, they still had an aura that was different from normal people, changing their human qualities. So, if it were not for them intentionally hiding, then generally speaking the people who were higher up on the cultivator plane would have more outstanding qualities and more powerful auras. The brilliant figure that came now did not hide his aura. Duan Qinghe, the hallowed disciple of the divine path of 9 States College, was incredibly strong. Before he stepped into Qingyun Building, the crowd surrounding them was put into an uproar. Duan Qinghe had actually gotten involved. Previously, cultivators had said that Yi Futian's talent was among the best. His name shook the 9 states, and he was the lord of the Holy Land, and thus all cultivators could come to him for advice. It was also a fact that those as strong as Zhu Yan, Jiang Chuan and that sort of people were no match for him. But Duan Qinghe was so strong. The hallowed disciple of the divine path of 9 States College was finely tempered. Any of the hallowed disciples of the divine path were some of the strongest geniuses. In 9 States College, many people had been taught by hallowed disciples of the divine path, but they were not true hallowed disciple of the divine paths themselves. The hallowed disciples of the divine path were the top geniuses selected for the best college in the 9 states, and there were very few of them in total. Any one of them could be regarded as having been trained by a saint. It was even said that hallowed disciples of the divine path were preparing to be saints. As long as they were given the title of hallowed disciple of the divine path of 9 States College, it meant they had the qualifications to become a saint. This showed the status of the hallowed disciples of the divine path of 9 States College. Now Duan Qinghe had come, desiring to ask Yi Futian for advice. This was a clash between the top geniuses in the truest sense. I am Duan Qinghe of 9 States College. I have cultivated myself into a top-level sage. If you think my level is a little too high, you may decline, said Duan Qinghe. Yi Futian was a mid-level sage. He wanted to go up a level. However, in the previous battle he had already defeated a top-level sage from 9 States College. Please, Yi Futian said calmly. Duan Qinghe's body slowly rose into the air. He went higher and higher and actually went into the void, and his terrible aura appeared around him. In a flash, the airflows between heaven and earth rushed wildly towards him and over Qingyun Building. In Yi Futian's previous battles, where he had been training, power outbursts had been suppressed, and there were certain limits. After all, the side effects of a battle between sages would be too widespread. Duan Qinghe obviously wanted a real confrontation. Thus, he was no longer on the wide ground of a sparring session, but had soared into the air into the void. The terrible airflow suddenly turned into a crimson flame, and the sky seemed to be dyed red. The horrible flaming airflow covered the sky, suspended above Duan Qinghe like a magnificent pattern. An incomparably hot airflow flowed down. Everyone felt they were very hot, as if their bodies were burning. Countless people our 9 States College looked up into the sky, and they all saw that the air came from the direction of Qingyun Building. It's Duan Qinghe. Many people saw the figure in the void and cried out in alarm. Who is he fighting? Someone saw Yi Futian slowly rising into the air. Did Duan Qinghe really place so much importance on this brilliant young figure? It's Yi Futian of the Barren State. He's already defeated many powerful figures from our college, someone said. Suddenly, more people rushed over from the direction of Qingyun Building, and their hearts trembled. The Lord of the Holy Land of the Barren State, that proud son of heaven who did as he saw fit, was fighting their college's hallowed disciple of the divine path? Which one of them was stronger, and which was weaker? For a time, countless people in 9 States College watched them. Even some seniors looked up at the battle. The flame pattern in the void continued to twist and flow. A ring appeared in the middle of the pattern. Divine birds appeared within it. A phoenix and the golden raven hovered in the sky. There was a long cry, and the phoenix and the golden raven swooped down like rays of light directly towards Yi Futian. In a flash the sky seemed to be burning. Yi Futian stood calmly in the void as he watched that fearsome power descending. A starry light screen appeared around him. The stars were resplendent, making it impossible to reach him. The extremely violent phoenix and golden raven rushed down, but they could not burn through the stars. Cultivating the Tao, cultivating the Tao. What is the Tao? Duan Qinghe spat. He stood proudly in the sky as he stared at Yi Futian. My cultivation is very narrow. I do not understand what the Tao is, answered Yi Futian. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Everything moves in cycles. The Tao is the operation of all the laws of the world. Cultivating the Tao is to understand and utilize the laws of the world. Duan Qinghe seemed to be answering himself. The airflow in the sky changed, and the blazing flames dissipated and turned into a starry radiance. It now looked like the sky was full of stars. Yi Futian was currently using the power of the starry laws. Duan Qinghe's flame rule power was still bursting forth, but in the blink of an eye his law power changed and the flames turned into stars. What laws was Duan Qinghe good at? I control the laws of the operation of the world. The great path is interconnected. I can use all powers, continued Duan Qinghe. The stars flowed between heaven and earth, and then fell like meteors from the sky, smashing wildly into the place where Yi Futian was. The earth roared. Even though the two of them were high up, those on the ground still felt the shock, showing how terrible was the power that descended. Yi Futian stood still. The aura around him grew stronger, and the stars flowed with radiance. It was like there were huge stars flowing around his body, forming an astonishing defensive force. Bang! There was a loud noise as stars collided with each other, violently shaking the void. Loud noises rang out one after another, making everyone's hearts jump. Duan Qinghe's attack was already amazing enough, but Yi Futian's defense was so formidable that he could not be moved. Duan Qinghe stepped out below his pattern. A brilliant radiance descended from the sky with his body as its center. It seemed to contain the power of the great path, and all the forces of all the heavens were integrated in it. He stood under the pattern of stars and his fists fell towards Yi Futian. A line of star radiance suddenly pierced through the void, ran between heaven and earth and rushed towards Yi Futian. Crush! The incomparably wild energy pierced through the surrounding defenses. The starry light curtain was broken, and the fists continued to fall as they tried to smash Yi Futian's head. So strong, many people's hearts were beating wildly. He was so strong, truly worthy of being a hallowed disciple of the divine path of Nine States College. None of the previous disciples of Nine States College could shake Yi Futian. Even those who were top-ranked sages who were higher ranked than Yi Futian had never been able to move him. It was like he was not on any level. Now Duan Qinghe had gotten involved and sparred with him in the void. What was the Tao? The operation of all the laws in the world was the Tao, and he wanted to control the operation of all the laws in the world. He punched through the great path, wanting to crush this figure who was famous throughout the 9 states. Yi Futian looked up at the terrible punches, but his face was still calm. A golden stream of air flowed around him. In an instant his battle form appeared, transforming him into a rock. The incomparably golden brilliance burst open, beautiful to the extreme. In that terrible airflow a huge gold-winged rock appeared, slamming directly into the void. Its wings collided with the fists, breaking them apart. Duan Qinghe's expression did not change when he saw this. The pattern in the void twisted slowly. A golden radiance bloomed between the endless stars. It turned into a dragon that spiraled around his body and looked down upon the golden-winged rock. Duan Qinghe swept his eyes downward, and in an instant, a dazzling radiance pierced the void and rushed towards Yi Futian. At the same time, a huge golden stick appeared in the stormy sky, which was picked up by the golden-winged rock. A vortex rose up against the air currents. The golden-winged rock's feathers flashed as it rose into the sky. The golden stick split everything apart, even the dazzling radiance. Yi Futian gazed disdainfully at the void and said, "The great path is multitudinous, and yet we can only understand it at the surface level. How can we dare to evaluate what it is? Even if the Tao is the operation of the laws of heaven and earth, we only understand a part of these laws. Therefore I do not understand the Tao." His voice ran through the heavens and the earth and resounded in everyone's ears. In the next moment, everyone saw the golden-winged rock had already rushed in front of Duan Qinghe and towards the stick. A bolt of radiance ran through the void and fell into Duan Qinghe, making it seem like he was bearing the power of all the heavens. There was an earth-shattering dragon's roar as the dragon's figure collided with Yi Futian's attack. A loud noise burst forth. Everyone could see only the wild collision between the two people in the sky. The void shook, and the pattern of all heavens seemed to collapse. The two figures separated once again. Air drifted over Duan Qinghe's as the power of heaven and earth was integrated into his body, and the wind and clouds danced wildly. "You are worthy of being called the hallowed disciple of the divine path of 9 States College since you were able to stimulate my power to this level," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Let's end this now." As he spoke, time and space seemed to freeze. The stick rose up and smashed into the pattern. The starry radiance flowed over the stick. Yi Futian reached forward with both arms and suddenly, the stick split the pattern apart. Supreme power descended, and the great path was broken, and the heavens and the earth collapsed. Duan Qinghe's expression changed slightly. He wanted to retreat, but space rules covered his body. And the stick seemed to be slow at times, and at others quick as a flash. A loud rumbling sound rang out and everything was shattered. The stick slammed down and Duan Qinghe screamed. The dragon's figure shook the sky, but it was shattered under the stick. Crash! A figure fell down directly, crashing into the crowd of people on the ground. The heavens became clear once again, and sunlight fell once again. The people looked up at Yi Futian in the sky and felt like they were in a dream. The hallowed disciple of the divine path, Duan Qinghe, had been defeated at his hands. This proud son of heaven who had come from the barren state truly had the potential to stand at the peak of this generation of the 9 states. Previously, they had only heard rumors of Yi Futian. After today's battle, his reputation would not be limited to the barren state and the eastern state. There was a place for him amongst the most brilliant figures of the 9 states in this generation. The hallowed disciple of the divine path has been defeated. Countless people in 9 states college looked up at the figure in the sky. They trembled internally. The hallowed disciple of the divine path had extraordinary significance for the college. Chapter 845. Yi Futian's body dropped lightly on the steps. Duan Qinghe stood up at that moment as well while coughing blood. Yi Futian's body dropped lightly on the steps. Duan Qinghe stood up at that moment as well while coughing blood. Powers of a disciple of the divine path is indeed exceptional. I was unable to keep my powers in check in the heat of battle. For that, I sincerely apologize. Yi Futian nodded to Duan Qinghe. Duan Qinghe took a good look at Yi Futian, who, as a mid-level sage, had bested him, a upper-level sage. There was simply no need to talk about his powers being exceptional and all. That is something inevitable in battle, and there is no need to feel sorry about it. Few in all of the 9 states could hardly match your powers indeed, Palace Lord Yi. Duan Qinghe cupped his hand and said, I shall take my leave. He turned around and left as soon as he was finished. As a disciple of the divine path in the 9-state college, he represented the pinnacle of the college, and so there was no need for him to listen to Yi Futian and the others talk. Yi Futian would have only been considered qualified enough to lecture a disciple of the divine path if he was a true saint. The people of the 9-state college shuddered somewhat. While Duan Qinghe looked rather bad having lost to Yi Futian, but he nonetheless held Yi Futian in extremely high regard. However, they knew well that as someone who was capable of besting Duan Qinghe using wild, unchecked means, Yi Futian was indeed qualified to stand toe-to-toe with pinnacle figures throughout the 9 states. Yi Futian turned his eyes to Sage Luyun and said with a smile, I've fought enough for a day and I'm not fighting anymore today. In the world of cultivators, one earned respect solely through one's own powers. The 9-state college was the top college in all of 9 states, and top-notch geniuses were aplenty. Yi Futian might have been a leader of the Barren State and enjoyed great renown in the Eastern State, but he was in Summer State at the moment, and he was in the 9-state college. It was inadequate for him to carve his place there with only his past glories, and the 9-state college would not have afforded him with ample respect. As such, he needed to show his mettle at times, but he knew enough to keep himself in check. He was not there to seek revenge after all. If he were to actually end up besting every single genius to be found in the 9-state college, that would have reflected badly on both parties. Sage Luyun smiled and nodded, saying, seeing how you fought at the Qingyun building today, I'm sure those people would now know that there is always someone better out there. That should keep their ego in check from here on out. Yi Futian returned to his spot and Sage Luyun added, other than Yi Futian, there is also Yu Xing, Lu Zong and others here today with us. Should any of you intend to seek guidance, now is your chance. Yu Xing and Lu Zong were of different plane from Yi Futian, and it was only natural that there were someone who were of similar plane to them among the students of the 9-state college. At that moment, someone walked out and said, I'd like to seek guidance from the champion of the 9-state forum, Yu Xing. Go easy on him. Yi Futian did not avert his gaze and smiled while he was looking below, yet he said that to Yu Xing telepathically nonetheless. I'll go easy then. It was unknown if Yu Xing was unable to react in time. He blurted it out of his mouth instead of answering the call telepathically, and then he walked out. Everyone present sported peculiar looks after he finished his line. Go easy? Everyone turned their eyes at Yi Futian, who was seen looking at Yu Xing with peculiar expressions. They knew exactly what had transpired, and that was Yi Futian telling Yu Xing to go easy on his opponent. Wah, everyone rolled their eyes and gone speechless. These two has gone too far indeed. The student who had just walked looked glum as well. He was, after all, a genius and a candidate to become a disciple of the divine path. If he had not broken into Sage Plane before the 9-state forum had been held, he would have participated in the 9-state forum as well. As such, Yu Xing saying out loud that he would go easy before the fight even began made things look very awkward. There is no need for you to go easy, brother Yu Xing, the student said with a severe expression. Yu Xing looked at him and found his eyes to be determined ones. As such, Yu Xing nodded and said, noted. He stepped out as soon as he finished and the ground shook violently. That student then saw Yu Sheng pounced at him like a demonic beast with a human form. The air around them was filled with terrifying aura, as if Yu Sheng's power had shrouded the air around them. The student brought all he had gotten to defend against the attack: life spirit, power of rules, and the likes. It looked incredibly stunning, but Yu Sheng brought an end to everything with little more than a straight jab. That student's body was sent flying outside the area with a loud boom, hitting the spectators watching from outside. Blood poured from his mouth. Wah! Everyone went speechless. All eyes were on Yu Sheng. Do you have to bully people like that? You said you would go easy and then you ended the fight with one punch? Yi Futian looked very awkward and explained in a rather speechless manner, "This guy is born with great strength and he can't keep his power in check. It's fine." Sage Luyun was speechless as well. Yu Sheng was still the person he was back in the 9-state forum. The temper he was renowned hadn't changed one bit. That punch would have left quite a trauma on that poor kid. Yu Sheng scratched his head for a little bit and looked at everyone around him, saying, "I'd still be spending quite some time training during the 9-state forum. If anyone feels like sparring, I'd definitely give it my all and experience what the students of the college has to offer." Ahem, Yi Futian glared at Yu Sheng. Revenge? That asshole was taking his revenge on me for selling him out like that. The students of the 9-state college were all speechless. There were some who felt very indignant and walked out to challenge Yu Sheng again. The fight was ended yet again with just one punch, and it looked awful. Everyone of the same plane felt a chill running through their spine. Is that fellow a human or a demonic beast? It's better that we just stay out of this. A non-disciple of the divine path simply stands no chance against the insane attack of that fellow. No one challenged Yu Sheng any further, but there were others who challenged Lu Zong. However, Lu Zong brought his own powers to bear and his was practically invincible. No one was able to best him. He was, after all, the only student who received tutelage from all 3 saints and one who was lauded to be a future saint. It was only natural that he lived up to the hype around him. The sparring sessions at Qingyun Building ended after a while. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng and Lu Zong never lost a single fight. Zhou Yu won against several challengers while Zhou Yu lost once. However, there was no other disciple of the divine path fighting other than Duan Qinghe. Sage Liyun threw a banquet for his guests and then had his people saw to the needs of the ones who came from 3 distinct holy lands. Mighty ones from all 3 holy lands were staying in the palaces of the 9-state college. What happened in Qingyun Building spread like wildfire throughout the entire 9-state college after everyone dispersed. Everyone in the college was talking, and the person who was most talked about was none other than Yi Futian. The palace lord of a holy land from the barren state, who took the 9 states by storm, was staying right inside the college at the moment. Other than that, Yu Sheng, champion of the 9-state forum, Lu Zong of Shihua Sacred Mountain and the others were also scheduled to be staying and training in the college for the time being. It seemed that the peaceful days of the college was over. The few taking on the students of Qingyun Building were almost undefeated, and Yi Futian had even defeated a disciple of the divine path. It was anyone's guess what the other disciples of the divine path would have thought about that. At that moment, a young man was seen carving something in a building within the college. He was very focused when someone came up and said, "Something interesting happened in the college today. Now everyone here is talking about it. Do you want to know something about it?" The young man looked as if he had not heard anything. He continued to focus on his work quietly, as if he was finishing a masterpiece of some sort. The ones around felt rather speechless and the scene and continued. Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace from the barren state who seemed to have shot to fame recently, came to the college, along with the champion of the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng, and Lu Zong of the Shihua Sacred Mountain. The young man continued to ignore them and focus on his work. Many students sparred with them before the Qingyun Building and almost all of them lost. Not even Duan Qinghe was able to beat Yi Futian. Many claimed that the talents of Yi Futian, Yu Sheng and the others would have made them peers among the best of all holy lands from the 9 states had to offer. Are you telling me that you have no interest about it at all? The one who came up earlier elaborated rather exasperatedly. The young man before his eyes was the top-notch genius in the 9-state college. There were only 2 or 3 who were deemed possessing powers comparable to his. I've heard of Yi Futian activating the sword matrix of the void and killed a saint. He was lauded to be the savior of the barren state and the one who would have brought about the ailing state's renaissance. Many seniors of his were more than happy to serve as his aide. The will of the barren state was unified during the Sacred War. Duan Qinghe might have been powerful, but he had not been truly tested in any manner and he was immensely arrogant. Wasn't it quite normal for him to have ended up losing? The young man put down his chisel and looked at the one who came, asking, "So what's there to be worth getting excited over?" The man who came was dumbfounded and added exasperatedly, "So you have a keen sense on what is going on after all, and here I thought you are not interested in anything going on out there. But then again, if you've such high opinion of Yi Futian, doesn't someone like that pique your interest even a little bit? Time shall be the judge of everything. It would naturally kick some so-called geniuses generations after generations. The true cream of the crop figures would naturally be at the pinnacle of the 9 states. They would all be leading symbols of their time, and if Yi Futian proves to be one such figure, is there any need to rush into anything at all?" The young man elaborated. The man he was speaking to was dumbfounded yet again and said in a speechless manner, "I really have no idea what your types are thinking." He shook his head and left. Many other places within the vicinity of the college were talking about everything related to Yi Futian, and it was all because he had defeated a disciple of the divine path of the college. At that moment, Yi Futian was heard playing the guqin in one of the compounds of the college's palaces. He was tranquil yet focused, refining his spiritual energy with music. It was a habit that had never changed throughout the years. Qin Zhuang came in and stood quietly aside, listening to the music. When the playing stopped moments later, Yi Futian looked up and said to Qin Zhuang, "How was it? We know that Saint Jiang is now living as a hermit and training in the 9 state college's herb garden, and usually only a handful get to see him. The only ones who truly know of his whereabouts would probably be his 2 students." Qin Zhuang then answered, "Right?" Yi Futian nodded lightly and said, "The hour is late. We shall visit Saint Jiang tomorrow." "Will do." Qin Zhuang nodded. Footsteps were heard and Yi Futian looked. He smiled and called when he saw the person coming, "Teacher?" "Futian, everything has its time and place. There is no need for you to be overly concerned about this. If Saint Jiang is reluctant to help, there is no need for us to force anything," Sage Dozhan said to Yi Futian. He knew that his student put a lot of hopes in this trip, intending to have Saint Jiang help him. However, Saint Jiang was ranked 12th on the Sage and Saint rankings and was not an acquaintance of theirs. The saint was not someone that would have easily helped them just because they wished for him to do so. "Yeah." Yi Futian smiled and added, "Relax, teacher. I won't be too obsessed with this. But I owe it to myself to at least try my best. One needed to go through a lot to gain the opportunity to become a saint. We're now simply one step away. This might be difficult, but there is no way it is more difficult than our own training in the first place." Chapter 846, Early next morning in the herb garden of the 9 State College. Early next morning in the herb garden of the 9 State College. There had not been a herb garden in the 9 State College before. It was something that was built specifically for Saint Jiang, after he became a hermit in the 9 State College. There was someone coming from outside the herb garden. It was not Yi Futian and his people, but Zhou Huang and his. A figure was seen walking out of the herb garden, and it was none other than Jiang Chuan, who was a formidable who had been sparring in the Qingyun building the day before. "To what do I owe the pleasure of being graced with your presence, your highness?" Jiang Chuan cupped his hands and bowed at Zhou Huang and the others. If Zhou Huang had only been the emperor of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Jiang Chuan would have not needed to go that far. However, Zhou Huang was considered his senior, and a mighty one ranked in the sage and saint ranking. "Nothing major. I'm just here because I've long heard of Saint Jiang's renown and I feel like taking a look where the renowned senior resides." Zhou Huang smiled and added, "A small gift, please hand it to great teacher Su for me, and let him greet Saint Jiang in my father's stead." "Will do. If it's a greeting from the sacred king, I'd personally hand this to the great teacher." Jiang Chuan nodded and took the box containing the gift over, then asked, Would there be any word you would like to send as well, Your Highness? That wouldn't be necessary. Zhou Huang shook his head and said, If you'd excuse me, please. Jiang Chuan sent Zhou Huang off and returned to the herb garden, arriving before a spot with some herbs planted. Jiang Chuan was a herb garden caretaker, which made his status at the 9 State College rather special. He studied under Saint Jiang and thus, he was considered a candidate to become a disciple of the divine path. Other than the herb garden, he was allowed to study in the college itself as well. Jiang Chuan arrived at one of the gardens and there was a black-robed figure standing right before him. The figure had one of his hand placed behind his back. He was tall and exuded an air of exceptionality by simply standing there. It was none other than the great teacher Su that Zhou Huang mentioned, and the eldest student of Saint Jiang, Su Chehan. Saint Jiang, who ranked 12th on the sage and saint ranking, had only taken 2 students. The eldest was Su Chehan, who inherited Saint Jiang's ways as the Poison Lord. Some claimed that if he were to become a saint in the future, he could be titled as the Poison Saint. It was also noted that it was best to not get near him if one was not all that familiar with him. That alone spoke volumes about Su Chehan's notoriety. The second student of Saint Jiang was a woman, who was also at the garden at the moment, and she was plucking some flora. In contrast to Su Chehan's black robe, she was dressed in white instead and seemed completely clean. Her delicate hands were exposed and her skin looked supple. Her back was alluring enough to make anyone determine that she would have been a beautiful lady when seen from the front as well. No one at the 9 State College knew her name. Everyone simply addressed her as Goddess Dai, alluding that she was as flighty and light as butterflies, as well as looking just as beautiful. There was no doubt that Goddess Dai was indeed a beauty, and furthermore, the most beautiful to be found in the 9 State College. She inherited Saint Jiang's medicinal ways, which was the complete opposite of Su Chehan. Jiang Chuan turned his eyes at Su Chehan's back and then at the goddess before the flowers. He quickly dodged by lowering his head, not daring to defile her further with his sight. While Jiang Chuan himself was of exceptional status in the 9 State Forum and a candidate of becoming a hallowed disciple, as well as the herb garden caretaker, but within the vicinity of the garden, he was little more than a caretaker who was studying under Su Chehan and one who was training in the herb garden. He had no doubt knew of the great teacher Su's notoriety. Few among the younger generations in all of the 9 states were as terrifying as Su Chehan. Su Chehan had been training for over 30 years and he was near the rank of archmage within the sage plane. He was considered a formidable figure for being able to reach such a level at his age. Su Chehan simply remained standing with his hand behind his back and said nothing while he watched Goddess Dai's movements. He said nothing, and Jiang Chuan dared not speak first, as if the latter feared interrupting something the former was doing. No one in the 9 State College would have probably expected that Jiang Chuan, who had been such a dazzling figure outside, looked so mediocre and cautious around Su Chehan. Goddess Dai had finally finished her plucking after a while and stood. It was only then that Su Chehan turned around and looked at Jiang Chuan. His black-robed image gave off an exceptionally cold image. The sharp features on his appearance exuding an equally sharp feeling. He was still incredibly handsome nonetheless, but there was no mistaking his coldness, per his namesake. "What is it?" Su Chehan asked. "Zhou Huang of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had requested me to hand this over to you, great teacher." Jiang Chuan added, "He said to have you greet Saint Jiang and his father, the sacred king's stead." Su Chehan's brow frowned slightly and appeared even colder. Goddess Dai came up and said in a low voice, "I thought our teacher and the Zhou sacred king had not been acquaintances." "My lady." Jiang Chuan bowed to Goddess Dai. Both of them were personal disciples of Saint Jiang, which made them his heirs. Jiang Chuan ritualistically addressed her as "my lady," while addressing her Goddess Dai when he was around others from outside. Goddess Dai smiled and nodded at Jiang Chuan, who lowered his head after seeing her eyes, not daring to look at her beautiful eyes directly. "I see." Su Chehan nodded and opened the box. A cold sheen shone on his face immediately. Su Chehan's expression turned as sharp as a blade. It seemed that Zhou Huang had made quite an effort with the gift. The item was very suitable for further his training. He closed the box and asked, What is happening out there? Why would Zhou Huang give me such a gift? I'm sure you've heard of the sacred war outside. Jiang Chuan continued. Sage Dozhan invoked the divine catastrophe but had not suffered its entirety. Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State is now in the college, and he would visit the herb garden soon enough. Jiang Chuan did not spell everything out, but Su Chehan got it immediately nonetheless. Barren State needed something from Saint Jiang. Yi Futian needed something to create a saint, but since the great Zhou sacred dynasty was at war with the Holy Ji Palace, it was only natural that the former did not wish to see a second saint come into being in Barren State. Su Chehan handed the box to Jiang Chuan and said, "Return this to Zhou Huang." Jiang Chuan was dumbfounded but took it nonetheless and nodded. He did not know what was going on in Su Chehan's mind, but he knew enough to do as told. "I'd be off then." Jiang Chuan turned around and left. Su Chehan looked at the direction he left it with plain eyes and said, "I totally did not expect the great Zhou sacred king to be so wary of the Barren State. It seems that the sacred war is not going as well as he expected to be." It was apparent that the great Zhou sacred dynasty was wary of yet another saint emerging among the ranks of the Barren State. At the Saint Plain, one person would have sufficed to determine the fates of hundreds of thousands. A mindless saint would have become nothing less than a calamity, and that was because no one but a saint could have stopped a saint. Even matrices would have proved inadequate. Yi Futian and his people came as soon as Jiang Chuan walked out of the herb garden, and was preparing to head towards the place where the ones from the sacred dynasty was resting. Yi Futian smiled and nodded as he saw Jiang Chuan coming out. "Palace Lord Yi." Jiang Chuan cupped his hands. They both fought the day before and Jiang Chuan was defeated yet impressed. While Jiang Chuan was indeed exceptional, there was quite a gap between him and Yi Futian. "Brother Jiang, I'd like to pay a visit to Senior Saint Jiang. Would you mind informing great teacher Su for us?" Yi Futian asked. It was apparent that he caught wind of the fact that the herb garden was tended to by 2 students of Saint Jiang. It would have been difficult if he were to simply look for the saint on his own. "Yes, please hold on for a moment, Palace Lord Yi." Jiang Chuan went back into the herb garden. Su Chehan frowned and asked, seeing how Jiang Chuan came to him again, "What is it now?" "Palace Lord Yi of the Barren State has come to pay you a visit," Jiang Chuan said. Su Chehan took a look at Jiang Chuan and said, "Tell him that teacher is now training in isolation and is no state to receive guests, so he may leave." Jiang Chuan looked up at Su Chehan and said, "Great teacher, Yi Futian is quite renowned now in all of 9 states, and furthermore, he's a palace lord from a holy land. Wouldn't it be rather inappropriate to just have him leave like that?" Su Chehan frowned and took a look at Jiang Chuan. He felt a shiver running all over his body all of a sudden and said, "I've said too much. I'll inform him at once." He turned around and left after he was done. Goddess Dai turned to Su Chehan and said, "Brother, Jiang Chuan was correct. Yi Futian is indeed quite renowned these days. According to legend, he's quite a rare genius and a leader of a holy land of the Barren State. It would indeed look inappropriate if we were to just shut our doors at his face." "Since when did you care about such mortal affairs, sister?" Su Chehan smiled and asked. His smile was warm and polite. It was an expression that would have warmed the hearts of those who have seen it, a far cry from the coldness displayed in front of Jiang Chuan. "But you've declined both sides, brother. Why is that?" Goddess Dai asked. If Su Chehan had intentions of declining Yi Futian, he could have simply just take Zhou Huang's gift. If we were to take gifts of others, we would then need to dedicate ourselves to their cause. "I didn't decline Yi Futian due to the great Zhou sacred dynasty. It's that I don't want teacher to be embroiled in the feud between the sacred dynasty and the Barren State, so as to not interrupt our teacher's training. While it is entirely in our capacity to entertain them, but there is also need to get ourselves involved in petty affairs like that." Su Chehan added further in elaboration, "As for who Yi Futian is, that matters little, right?" Goddess Dai did not say much after that. She had a mild temperament and was dedicated to her training under her teacher's tutelage. It was just that she got curious about things occasionally nonetheless. Jiang Chuan arrived outside the herb garden again to meet Yi Futian and his people. Yi Futian had been waiting for quite a while, and it was a surprise that he had grown rather restless. But then again, it was something that concerned his teacher's fate after all. How about it? Yi Futian walked up and asked Jiang Chuan, with a hint of anxiousness. Palace Lord Yi. A tinge of apology was seen in Jiang Chuan's eyes as he said, "The great teacher said that Saint Jiang is training in isolation at the moment and is not in a state ready to receive guests. I'm sorry." Yi Futian looked rather disappointed and then asked, "How about the great teacher then? Would it be all right if we pay him a visit?" "The great teacher doesn't like to be disturbed." Jiang Chuan shook his head slightly. He knew well that Su Chehan did not want to see Yi Futian. Both parties were no acquaintance of each other, and Su Chehan's cold temperament said that he was not one who would have helped others. One's training would have affected one's temperament. Su Chehan trained in the art of poisons, and as such, his temperament was naturally colder than most. "I'll come again tomorrow then," Yi Futian said with a smile after hearing the answer, before turning around and left. The party did not expect to have doors shut in their faces. They were not even able to get into the herb garden, let alone see Saint Jiang. They were not even able to see Su Chehan, the eldest student of Saint Jiang. "What an arrogant prick," Su Shang said rather lazily. "So what's this great teacher's training is like?" "At the pinnacle of Magi, near to Archmage, I heard," Xin Zhuang said. "So he's not an Archmage yet then?" Su Shang smirked and said, "While he's indeed the eldest student of the medicine saint, but he just simply dismissed a leader of the barren state who came to see him personally. He really knows how to put on airs." Yi Futian notwithstanding, all of them in the party were of higher training than Su Chehan. Furthermore, given Yi Futian's renown and status as a palace lord of a holy land, the least Su Chehan could have done was to invite them into the herb garden. Dismissing them in such a manner meant that he paid no heed to their presence. We're the ones who are paying them a visit after all. If they don't want to see us, then they naturally wouldn't do so. There's no need to blame them for anything, Yi Futian said with a smile. "Good state of mind you've there." Su Shang smiled. "We'll come again tomorrow," Yi Futian said. They needed help from someone else, and it was precisely the kind of state of mind he needed to be in. Chapter 847. Yi Futian had paid visits to the herb garden for 7 consecutive days, and he had doors shut in his face every single day. Great teacher Su remained reluctant to see them. Yi Futian had paid visits to the herb garden for 7 consecutive days, and he had doors shut in his face every single day. Great teacher Su remained reluctant to see them. Yuan Hong and the others were very irked about the treatment, so much so that they wanted to trespass into the garden and look for Saint Jiang themselves. However, Yi Futian stopped them from doing so. While their level of training would have permitted them to simply shout outside, which would have made them heard throughout the entire garden, if Saint Jiang was truly training in isolation, such an act of extreme rudeness would have cost them their hope of saving his teacher. That was not something Yi Futian wanted to see. He was very displeased as well, but there was little he was able to do about it. Yu Sheng spent those 7 days training in the 9-state college. There were moments where people wanted to spar with him, and he beat every single person who came up to him without mercy. The number of people asking for fights dwindled, and those who were of levels far above him were reluctant to make a move as it would have simply been an act of bullying. The people of the Holy Ji Palace were guests. They had no one else to blame but themselves for challenging others and losing. Yu Sheng's temper was considered very well known throughout the college by then. Lu Zong, Zhou Ye, and the others were training at the 9-state college as well. They would occasionally listen to lectures from mighty ones, as those who were qualified to do so were all of the Archmage level and above. Some were even at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane. There was still quite a lot of talk regarding Yi Futian. He overwhelmed all students he came to face as soon as he entered the college. Even a disciple of the divine path ended up defeated by him, showing his incredibly forceful side and his immense bearing as a palace lord. As such, many came to be surprised at how he spent 7 consecutive days visiting the herb garden. He was still a palace lord of a holy land and was renowned throughout the 9 states. It was surely very frustrating for him to keep getting the door shut in his face for 7 days straight. If it had been someone else, they would have long lost their patience, but Yi Futian was doing all he was able to for the sake of his teacher. Many were speculating if Yi Futian would be able to continue doing so. That great teacher Su was not giving him any face. However, that was deemed normal. The great teacher of the herb garden hardly concerned himself with anyone but his sister in training. He was known to be extremely cold. Even with all disciples of the divine path in the 9-state college considered, he was probably deemed the most apathetic among all of them. Other than visiting the herb garden, Yi Futian spent his days training in the palace. There were times where some students of the college came to visit him due to his fame, asking for guidance. He too welcomed all who sought guidance from him and sparred with them if they wished. If someone asked about his thoughts, he openly shared his experiences and thoughts about training as well. Many students in the college gradually came to respect Yi Futian, and the number of visitors gradually grew. Many speculated that Yi Futian would not pay the herb garden another visit after 7 consecutive days of getting the door shut in his face. However, Yi Futian showed up punctually on the 8th day nonetheless. Even Jiang Chuan grew rather exasperated and reluctant to refuse Yi Futian anymore. However, the great teacher simply told Jiang Chuan to stop informing him when Yi Futian showed. He was told to just refuse the palace lord outright instead. It became apparent that the saying, "faith will move mountains," was little more than a lie. Yi Futian's consecutive visits did nothing to move the great teacher in any way. Yi Futian seemed to know nothing about that. He showed up at the herb garden every day and then left, as if he was completing some kind of task. There were many students in the college who advised him to give up, yet Yi Futian replied with little more than a faint smile. Time passed and Yi Futian had been at the 9-state college for almost a month. All the students of the college knew what Yi Futian had been doing all that while. There were many who came to remind him about things, and those reminders proved rather useful. The palace that Yi Futian took up residence in was filled to the brim that day. Many cultivators from the college were found there, all different levels of training. Sages, magi, even people from the noble plane. Many, even those at the level of magi, came to be impressed by Yi Futian's thoughts about training. The more they came to know him, the more they came to understand his charisma. Other than that, Yi Futian was very adept at playing the guqin, and both his tune and his playing were pleasing to the ear and the eye. Few were capable of matching his abilities with a guqin, even when those who were training in the music palace of the college were taken into consideration. At that moment, a tune was heard from the palace. Yi Futian was sitting at a master's position on the floor in the compound of the palace. He wore a simple robe and his long fingers plucked and danced on the strings. The music was surreal as it danced in the minds of those within earshot. The tune he played seemed to be imbued with a tinge of peculiar colors, which made him look exceptionally handsome. It was a sight that enamored many girls who watched and heard him play, especially those who were versed in and liked music. Lin Shi was one of the students training in the music palace of the college. His proficiency in the art was impeccable. She was born in a family of musicians in 9-state city. As such, she was naturally able to sense the strong determination imbued with Yi Futian's tunes. He had usually only been playing simple tunes, but his music nonetheless touched the hearts of those who heard. If he were to play famous tunes, it would have resonated immensely with his audience. One was able to tell what the person who played the guqin was like through the tunes they played. Lin Shi was able to tell from Yi Futian's tunes that he was extremely confident, even proud, yet this person had been paying visits to the herb garden for a month but getting doors shut in his face every day. It was a testament that he held his relationships close to his heart and that he had an immensely stubborn side to him. He probably would not rest until he was able to see St. Jiang. The music stopped and Yi Futian looked up and smiled faintly, which made his face look even more radiant than it usually was. "I've heard that you are very adept at the Ukiyo song, which is one of the top 10 renowned tunes in existence, Palace Lord Yi. Why do you only play common tunes?" Lin Shi asked in a gentle voice. Music requires the right state of mind to be played in order to achieve perfection in its delivery. The Ukiyo song is ill-suited for the moment. Yi Futian smiled and answered. "Your illustration was a powerful one. How do you practice playing the guqin usually?" Lin Shi asked again. "If I can find the time, I'll play every day. Instead of treating the sessions as deliberate practices, I'm simply melding what I feel at the moment in the tunes I play. The spiritual energy resonates with the tune, and with that, my skills improve and playing the songs is a pleasure. It also serves as part of my training, he answered. She nodded and said, it seems that I haven't been doing it right in the past since I was merely steeped in the notion of practice. Thank you for your guidance, Palace Lord Yi. That can hardly be considered as guidance. I was simply sharing my thoughts. What I said about music, the same goes with training in general, Yi Futian smiled and added. Someone smiled and said, Shi's tunes are so extremely beautiful that it would make phoenixes cry out. How about both of you play a song together? That would be lovely. Please, stop teasing me, Yi Futian smiled and said. He showed no sign of the demeanor of someone who was a palace lord of a holy land. One's status was something that should be at the forefront or put aside depending on the situation. He was simply chatting with students of the college, and there was no need for him to make his status known at a time like that. Indeed, Palace Lord Yi is married after all. It would have been very lovely indeed, someone else smiled and added. Yi Futian glared at the one who just talked and said, Man, it's okay for you people to tease me, but don't go about doing anything that will affect her reputation. All right. That person nodded and took a look at Shi. She simply smiled and said, it was all in good fun. No bother. Would you mind if I bring a friend with me tomorrow, Palace Lord Yi? Yi Futian looked at Shi's eyes. They were very beautiful eyes and a spark of wit was seen in them. She gazed at Yi Futian, seemingly aware of his thoughts. Thank you, Yi Futian smiled and answered. Shi intended to bring a friend and she asked for his permission. He, in turn, answered with thank you, which seemed completely out of place. However, no one present at the scene found anything weird about the exchange. They traded looks and smiled. It is very kind of you, Palace Lord Yi. Shi smiled and got up, then said, if you'd excuse me. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and saw Shi off. Yi Futian went to the herb garden as usual the next day, before returning to the palace. He practiced a set of martial arts movements and spent some time meditating before more and more people showed up to visit him. Those people from the day before seemed to have arrived very early. Yi Futian received his guests and found that they all seemed to be waiting for something. They're here, someone smiled and said. Everyone turned their eyes and saw two figures walking in their direction. Both figures were extremely beautiful and possessed an extraordinary aura. They were both stunning people, especially the woman on the left. Her bearing was out of this world and her face seemed to be chiseled artwork. Everything looked to be in the right place, as if she had emerged from some painting. The woman who was right beside her was none other than Shi. It was apparent that the woman was the friend that she had mentioned before. Many stood up and cupped their hands with a smile at both of them, saying, Pleasure to meet you, Goddess Dai. The friend that Shi had been talking about was none other than Goddess Dai, the younger student of St. Jiang. While both students spent the majority of their time training in the herb garden, they occasionally trained in the college as well. As such, they were familiar with a select few. Shi knew Goddess Dai personally and they were both good friends. This was something that someone told Yi Futian before, and they told him that Shi liked music. It was apparent that the people Yi Futian came to be acquainted with wanted to lend him a hand. Goddess Dai smiled and nodded at everyone present before turning her eyes at Yi Futian, who was right before her. He was different from what she had expected, as he was simply too young. While she had heard of him before, when she saw the face right before her to be the palace lord of a holy land in the barren state, renowned throughout the 9 states, she was still somewhat taken aback. She had expected such a legendary figure to be somewhat solemn, but from what she was seeing at the moment, he hardly looked any different from a polite, handsome scholar. The air he exuded was far from solemn. It was upright and dashing instead. Her brother in training, Su Chehan, had been a very handsome man, yet Yi Futian seemed to be somewhat more handsome than her brother. Palace Lord Yi. Goddess Dai smiled and nodded. Yi Futian was, after all, a palace lord of a holy land. While it was true that he had a favor to ask from her, she nonetheless saw it fitting to be polite. Yi Futian rose and smiled. I've long heard of your beauty being unparalleled in all of the 9 state college, So much so that it was impossible to find anyone like you in all of 9-state city. Seeing you right before me today, I'd say you definitely live up to your reputation. If common folk were to shower a woman they met for the first time with praises about their beauty, it would have seemed frivolous. However, when Futian said those words, he sounded natural, and there was no hint of insincerity in his delivery. That was too flattering, Palace Lord Yi. Goddess Dai answered gently and said, I'm here today because Lin Shi asked me to come admire your music. Please take a seat, Goddess Dai. Futian extended his hand and said. Lin Shi and Goddess Dai took their seats and Futian sat cross-legged on the floor. His Guqin spirit appeared and music was heard. He knew that since Goddess Dai was willing to come with Lin Shi, it meant that she agreed to help. She would not have bothered showing up otherwise. What he had been doing for the past month had finally yielded some kind of result. Chapter 848. The sound of music filled the entire palace. Futian was the one playing while everyone else listened quietly. The sound of music filled the entire palace. Futian was the one playing while everyone else listened quietly. A tinge of tranquil beauty was heard within the tune. A serene image filled the minds of those who listened. A sea of flowers was found somewhere within the image, with vibrant blossoms found all over the land as fragrant scents filled the air. There seemed to be a woman dressed in white walking in the painting. She walked among the sea of flowers, immersed in the atmosphere as she plucked flowers and smelled them. Butterflies of all colors flocked from far away, circling and dancing around the woman in the sea of flowers. It was an incredibly tranquil tune, illustrating a very beautiful, peaceful picture. However, for some reason, many pictured the woman in the painting to be Goddess Dai without them realizing it. It was as if she had always been the woman in the painting. She looked serene and beautiful, like she belonged somewhere else instead of this world. Many still had their eyes closed after the song ended, seemingly still immersed within the beautiful illustration brought forth by the music. Box Novel Coem, bravo, someone commented. Their eyes turned towards Goddess Dai. Futian's impromptu performance seemed to be one played specifically for her. A peculiar look was seen in Goddess Dai's eyes as she turned to look at Futian. He seemed unreal and out of this world as the strings stopped moving, and he pulled his slender fingers back. The Guqin spirit disappeared and he looked up. A brilliant, clear smile was seen in that pair of very beautiful eyes. He then said, I'm actually here at the 9-State College to pay a visit to St. Jiang, and I think you know of that, Goddess Dai. This is the first time I got to meet you, and the impression you left seems to be like the woman illustrated in the song. It is as if you don't belong to this world. As such, I present the song to you, Goddess Dai. If I happen to offend you in any way, I beg for your forgiveness. Futian spelled out the very objective he came to achieve on that trip, and he needed her help to fulfill it. If it had not been such, it would have been rather frivolous to present a song to a woman that a man had just met. However, if one were to have a favor to ask, it was within reason to first present a gift. But then again, if he were to give her some other treasures, it would have looked rather boorish in his part, and Goddess Dai would probably not have taken such a gift. As such, a song like that looked to be in the right spot. It did not look out of place and frivolous while getting his point across without a doubt. Goddess Dai smiled faintly hearing his words. She looked at Futian with a surprised look and said, I like the illustration of the song. Thank you indeed, Palace Lord Yi. Futian knew from her reply that his request had been answered. He played her a tune as a gift and she accepted it, which meant that she accepted his request as well. Please name the song, Goddess Dai. Futian smiled and said, It shall be named Butterflies in Love with the Flowers, Goddess Dai replied. Butterflies in Love with the Flowers. Splendid. Futian nodded with a smile. It is splendid indeed. The name suits the song's illustration just fine. Everyone present nodded. They looked at Futian and thought that the palace lord was not only powerful in his training, but he had exceptional talents in other aspects. A song that fit the mood just fine not only enabled him to achieve his goal, but also made their relationship closer, and that was all done in the first meeting. What happened that day probably be made into a lovely tale in the future. They were both renowned figures after all. I accept your gift, Palace Lord Yi. However, my teacher is indeed training in isolation. Please don't blame my brother. If my teacher emerges from his training, I'll be sure to inform you and lead you to him, Goddess Dai elaborated with a smile. And I thank you for that, Goddess Dai. Yi Futian cupped his hands slightly in gratitude. The first step was considered a success. With Goddess Dai's recommendation, it would at least enable him to meet Saint Jiang himself. You're too kind, Palace Lord Yi. Thank you again for the song. I'll be taking my leave now. Goddess Dai got up and bowed slightly. Yi Futian and all the others stood and gestured as well. He then said, Lin Shi, sorry to trouble you, but I'd like to ask you to see Goddess Dai off. You owe me a song as well then. Lin Shi looked at Yi Futian and smiled. No problem. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. He did not ask for Lin Shi's help, but she invited Goddess Dai on her own, which meant that she wanted to help him. Both Yi Futian and Goddess Dai understood that. There was no problem with returning the favor with a song. If it happens to be something less than butterflies in love with the flowers, I'm not taking it, Lin Shi jested. She then left with Goddess Dai. Many put a thumbs up to Yi Futian after both of them left. Someone smiled and said, the world knows that you're renowned throughout the 9 states for your impeccable talents, but few probably know that you're equally as exceptional in some other aspects. I'm very deeply impressed. Indeed. Very impressed indeed, someone said with a smile again, a tinge of joking in their voice. They had been there for some time and they had all gotten somewhat familiar with each other. As such, they saw no need to restrain themselves, as Yi Futian had always been friendly with them. Gosh, you people? Yi Futian shook his head with a smile. If it had not been for the need to see Saint Jiang, he would not have gotten himself into such trouble. Saint Jiang had 2 students. Su Chehan ignored him, so the only way in was through Goddess Dai. What's the ruckus about? You guys want to be like Palace Lord Yi? Do you have the requirements, fame, and talent to boot? A woman swept everyone present with a look at that moment. Or looks for the matter? The woman jested. Don't go too far. While it is true that Palace Lord Yi is married, he doesn't have a concubine. Are you telling us that you're considering it? Someone else retaliated. Everyone was having a good time and the mood was very relaxed. What happened with Yi Futian quickly spread throughout the entire 9-state college. Many were surprised as no one had expected Goddess Dai to walk outside the herb garden and agree to introduce Yi Futian to her teacher. Yi Futian had spent 1 whole month paying visits to the herb garden. It seemed like he had finally gotten his wish. Yi Futian's reputation in the college throughout those days was stellar. Be it those who went to spar with him or simply asked for his guidance in things, every single one of them held him in high regard and were impressed with his character. It was apparent why he had been able to become a leader of the Barren State, unified the will of the entire Barren State, something that had never been done before, and went against the great Zhou sacred dynasty. An impressively capable leader, both in terms of talents and bearing, had emerged in the Barren State. If Yi Futian managed to emerge from the Sacred War alive, the great Zhou sacred dynasty would have had a lot to deal with in the future. It was precisely because of that mighty ones from the sacred dynasty were there at the college in an attempt to prevent Sage Dozhan from attaining sainthood. In the next day, Su Chehan caught wind of some news in the herb garden. He came to the place where she took up residence. Sister. Brother, I have something to tell you. Goddess Dai said, Yi Futian has been visiting the herb garden every day for the past month. I intend to introduce him to teacher if the opportunity presents itself. Didn't Jiang Chuan tell you before when he was here? Why involve our teacher in the feud between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Barren State? Su Chehan asked. Yi Futian is a palace lord of a holy land in the Barren State, and he has been consistently visiting for a month. He has shown such sincerity for the sake of his teacher. Be it from the standpoint of sentiment or reason, we shouldn't just keep him outside the door. Goddess Dai then elaborated with a smile, as for whether should our teacher get involved, it's not our decision to make, it's our teacher's. I'm certain that he will have his own thoughts about the matter, and we will simply need to do the introductions. Su Chehan nodded lightly after hearing her words and said, If you say so, sister. If he comes again, we shall go see him. Right? Goddess Dai nodded with a faint smile. Su Chehan left and found Jiang Chuan and asked, "Is Yi Futian here today?" "No, he isn't." Jiang Chuan shook his head and answered. "If he's here again, tell him to come see me," Su Chehan said. Jiang Chuan nodded. However, Yi Futian stopped visiting altogether. Since Goddess Dai had already agreed to help, there was simply no need for him to go visit the herb garden every day anymore. As for those visits, there was not a show for Su Chehan to see. If Su Chehan refused to entertain him, there was naturally no need for him to waste any more of his time on Su Chehan. If it had not been for Saint Jiang, Yi Futian's status meant that he would not have been the one to ask to see Su Chehan in the first place. Half a month passed quickly, and Lin Shi found Yi Futian, telling him that he could now go to the herb garden. Yi Futian sighed and gathered his teacher, Sage Dozhan, and the others. They then made their way to the herb garden. There was a servant girl waiting outside. She asked as soon as she saw him, "Are you Palace Lord Yi?" "Indeed." Yi Futian nodded. "Our mistress asked me to lead you into the garden, Palace Lord Yi," the servant girl answered with a bow. The mistress she meant was none other than Goddess Dai. "Thank you." Yi Futian nodded and walked into the herb garden. The herb garden was a huge place brimming with spiritual energy. The fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the place. There were few buildings found within, and there were herbs to be found everywhere. The servant girl led them to a corridor of a compound. Goddess Dai was seen standing there. She smiled upon seeing Yi Futian coming. "I have explained the matter to my teacher. Please come with me," Goddess Dai said. "Thank you, Goddess Dai," Yi Futian said. They then passed through the corridor and came before a building. There was a cold figure standing beside the steps, dressed in black. He took a faint look at Yi Futian and the others. The figure was none other than Su Chehan. He stood silently and said nothing. Yi Futian took a look at him and was able to guess his identity. He nodded faintly and said nothing as well. Goddess Dai walked the steps and said, "Teacher, Palace Lord Yi is here." A figure was seen walking from the hall. Yi Futian cast his gaze at the figure and found the figure to look to be 30 to 40 years of age. The figure's hair had both gray and black, but he was incredibly handsome. If he had been younger, he definitely would have been a dashing man. However, the most exceptional part of his features was his eyes. They seemed like eyes that had seen many things happen in the world, able to see into someone's mind. The very second he locked gazes with Yi Futian made the young palace lord feel as if he was being seen through. Yi Futian averted his gaze and bowed, saying, "Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, here to greet you, senior." "Greetings, Saint Jiang." Sage Dozhan and the others bowed as well in respect. The figure before them was one who was ranked 12th on the saint ranking, which meant that he stood at the pinnacle of the 9 states. Saint Jiang turned to look at Sage Dozhan and scanned his body. His will descended right upon the sage's body. He then said, "You're lucky indeed." To cultivators, the breakthrough into Saint Plane was a baptism as well as a calamity. If one was unable to make the breakthrough completely, death was almost certain. Sage Dozhan suffered the might of said calamity, yet he was still able to stay alive. He was indeed tough and lucky. "I sincerely hope that you will help us in this, senior," Yi Futian bowed and said. Chapter 849. Saint Jiang stared at Yi Futian and a faint pressure landed on Yi Futian. He looked a little nervous and his fists were clenched. Saint Jiang stared at Yi Futian and a faint pressure landed on Yi Futian. He looked a little nervous and his fists were clenched. Saint Jiang's answer would determine his master's fate. Su Chehan and Goddess Dai stood at one side and did not say anything. Although they were Saint Jiang's disciples, they were evidently unable to influence his decision. The people from the barren state were all nervous. If it went through, the barren state might have its second saint. Now, the great Zhou sacred dynasty is in a sacred war with the barren state. If I help him enter the Saint Plane, I will offend another holy land. Even if it doesn't affect me much, there is still another issue. Have you ever thought about what kind of herbs I need to use to help him temper his body to enter the Saint Plane? Saint Jiang said coolly. Give me a reason to help you. Yi Futian fell silent upon hearing St. Zhang's words. He knew that he could not argue with St. Zhang's words. They were unrelated and had only just met each other. Even his position as the Holy Ji Palace Lord was unimportant to St. Zhang. St. Zhang did not have a reason to help him. Perhaps St. Zhang did not care about the great Zhou sacred king, but he did not have any need to offend another Saint Plain cultivator for a stranger. Moreover, he would need to expend a lot of resources to help out Sage Dozhan. Taking a deep breath, Yi Futian bowed and replied, I know that I have nothing that can move Senior. Any talk about the future is only a vague promise and is pointless to Senior. The most valuable thing that the Holy Ji Palace can give are saint instruments. I am willing to use saint instruments to make up for Senior's resources. If Senior has any other conditions, feel free to say them. As long as I can do it, I will. I don't need saint instruments, St. Jiang said nonchalantly, then asked, I heard that on the 9-State Forum, the Holy Ji Palace's disciple Yusheng came in first and has an unparalleled body. Is that you? As he said that, his gaze looked towards Yi Futian's side where Yusheng was sitting quietly. Yes. Yusheng nodded and replied. I can help Dozhan to remodel his body and make his physique even stronger, strong enough to withstand the divine catastrophe, St. Jiang said. However, I lack a person to help me test medicine. You could also see it as testing poison. Yi Futian's expression paled and he asked, How dangerous is it? I will not force you. In the past, there have been people who have tried it. They were all exceptional individuals, but they all failed. The price of failure is death, St. Jiang said calmly. Yi Futian stared at St. Jiang. In rumors, St. Jiang had saved countless people and killed countless people as well. He could be both good and evil. Today, Yi Futian had witnessed it for himself. He actually used people to test his medicine. How cruel. With his current condition, he is almost certain to die in the divine catastrophe. Treat it as a life for a life. However, I will not force you. You can come to a decision yourself, St. Jiang said in a tranquil tone, as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. No way. Okay. Two voices sounded out at almost the same time. A surprised expression appeared on St. Jiang's face and he looked at the two of them, astonished. The person who had said no was Yi Futian, but the person who had agreed was Yusheng. No, Sage Dozhan also said. My body is already decaying, it is not worth it to trade Yusheng's life for mine. In the future, Yusheng will also become a saint through his physical body. It is only a matter of time. The barren state can wait. Futian, let us go. Yi Futian's expression was grim. For his master, he was willing to pay any price, but St. Jiang wanted to use Yusheng to test medicine. How could he agree to that? Master, I might not fail, Yusheng said to Sage Dozhan. Let me try it? No, Sage Dozhan rejected him firmly. Senior, could you change this to another condition? Yi Futian asked. St. Jiang shook his head and said, The world has its ebb and flow. Your master has already felt it before. If one wishes to attain the divine path, they must withstand the divine catastrophe. That is the price. Since you want him to become a saint, you must pay a similar price. Since you are not willing, you may leave. Yi Futian's gaze trembled. He clenched his fists in indignation and said, I can replace Yusheng to test medicine for Senior. St. Jiang looked at Yi Futian and replied, Firstly, the prerequisite for testing medicine is a strong physique. If your body is not strong enough, you will die easily. There is no need to test the medicine. I am a body-refining cultivator as well. My physique is as strong as Yusheng, Yi Futian replied. He clenched his fists and his hair flew in a flurry. A wild aura erupted from him. In an instant, the shirt on his body turned to shreds and revealed his white skin. However, his body was surrounded by a golden glow at that moment, and his entire body had a golden sheen on it. The blood in his body roared, sounding like a dragon and an ape. The lightning shone on his body and let out a magnificent light. St. Jiang looked at Yi Futian in surprise. He had only heard that Yusheng had come in first on the 9-State Forum and had an unrivaled physique. He had also heard of Yi Futian's name, but he had heard more about how strong his rule power was and did not know that Yi Futian also had such a strong physique. If that was so, Yi Futian was more suitable than Yu Sheng to test his medicine with his strong physique and spiritual energy. Beside him, Su Chehan and Goddess Dai also looked at Yi Futian with a shocked expression, especially Goddess Dai. She had heard that Yi Futian had once activated the sword matrix of the void and excelled in matrices. His mastery in the Guqin melody had also caused Lin Shi to respect him. What kind of monster was he? Saint Jiang nodded and agreed to Yi Futian replacing Yu Sheng. I disagree, Sage Dozhan said. We don't need your help anymore. As he said that, he turned around and tried to leave. He had already disagreed to Yu Sheng testing medicine, not to mention Yi Futian. Yi Futian was now the leading figure of the Barren State and represented the collective will of the entire Barren State. He embodied the hopes of countless people from the Barren State and shouldered a critical mission. Moreover, Yi Futian's future achievements would far exceed his as a saint. Letting Yi Futian test medicine in exchange for letting him enter the saint plane? If something happened to Yi Futian, what point would there be? He would be a sinner. The sword demon and the others were speechless and sighed silently. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were the future hope for the Barren State's holy Ji Palace. They were almost certain to enter the divine path and could surpass the great Zhou's sacred king. If they needed to sacrifice one of them for Dozhan to enter the saint plane, it was not worth it indeed. This was not a decision from their personal viewpoints, but one considering the benefit of the entire Barren State. After all, they were in a sacred war now and the Barren State could face a crisis at any point in time. Master, wait a moment, Yi Futian called out to him. Sage Dozhan stopped and turned around, looking at Yi Futian and saying, Futian, why did I go all out in the battle outside the palace that day? Wasn't it for that glimmer of hope? You are the palace's hope. If you go and test medicine in exchange my entering the saint plane, what point will there be? Master, Saint Zhang's intention of medicine testing is not to kill people. Otherwise, he would ask for my life in exchange. Since it is to test medicine, he will not surpass my tolerance by too much, Yi Futian replied. He looked at Saint Jiang and asked, Senior, am I right? It will constantly surpass the limit of your tolerance, Saint Jiang replied. That's right. Yi Futian smiled, then looked at Sage Dozhan and said, Master, if you ask the Starry School's Chief Chen, you will know that back in the Divine Sky City, I had all my meridians destroyed by someone. Everyone thought that I would die for sure, but I eventually made it through with my body's healing ability and remodeled my body to become even stronger than it was. If it is just surpassing the limit of my tolerance, it is not my first time. Master, you think too little of your disciple. Yi Futian tried to sound as relaxed as possible when he said that. No way, Sage Dozhan said firmly. Even though Yi Futian sounded relaxed, he knew that Saint Zhang's medicine testing would not be that simple and it would definitely be very dangerous. Yi Futian's expression became solemn. He stared at Sage Dozhan and said, Are you the palace lord or am I? Sage Dozhan's expression froze. He looked at the solemn Yi Futian. It was the first time Yi Futian had spoken to him with this tone. I command you as palace lord, you must accept it. There was a hint of superiority in Yi Futian's tone. Futian. Sage Dozhan looked at Yi Futian and called out. You will agree no matter what. I will stay here and accept the medical testing. Yi Futian's tone was still commanding. He had no choice but to do this. With his master's personality, he would definitely not agree, so he had to be more headstrong than him. This matter was not about whether Dozhan could become a saint, but about Sage Dozhan's life. There were two options that Sage Dozhan could make, enter the saint plane or die. All this was because of the sacred war. He could not simply watch his master die. Before he had come, he had already thought it through. No matter what price he had to pay, he was willing. Moreover, he might not necessarily die from testing medicine. Since Saint Jiang wanted to look for people with strong physiques to test his medicine, he was not doing it to kill them. He had confidence in himself, with his sturdy body and strong spiritual will. Moreover, he had his life spirit as his trump card. It is decided. Nobody is to object. Yi Futian looked around at the others and declared with a firm tone. His attitude was unyielding. The crowd's expressions paled as Yi Futian turned to Saint Jiang and said, Senior, it is decided. I will help Senior test your medicine, so please help my master. Okay. Saint Jiang nodded faintly. Yi Futian is a decisive person, he thought to himself. Chapter 850, I have an issue with that. Just as everyone thought that it had been decided, another voice sounded out. It was Yu Sheng. He stared at Yi Futian indignantly. Previously, the person that Saint Jiang had selected to test medicine was him. I have an issue with that. Just as everyone thought that it had been decided, another voice sounded out. It was Yu Sheng. He stared at Yi Futian indignantly. Previously, the person that Saint Jiang had selected to test medicine was him. What are you looking at? So what if you refuse to accept it? Yi Futian glared at him and chided him. Are you the boss or am I? Do you feel that you are more capable than me? Yu Sheng did not retort but continued to look at him obstinately. Yi Futian glared at him, then turned to Saint Jiang and said, Senior, there is no need to bother with him. How confident are you that my master's remodeled body will be able to withstand the divine catastrophe? Since I have already promised you, I will do my best to restore his body to its peak state and surpass its previous condition. He will be able to feel it for himself, and I think that there will be no problems. Of course, if his body is already too weak, that is beyond my control, Saint Jiang said coolly. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Saint Jiang was 12th on the saint ranking, so his words were naturally trustworthy. From today, you will stay in the herb garden. Prepare to test medicine at any time, Saint Jiang said. Yi Futian nodded lightly. I will prepare medicine to temper his body at the same time. You can wait at the college. Once there is news, I will inform you. Saint Jiang continued, Little butterfly, find Yi Futian a place to stay, the rest can leave. I want to stay. Yu Sheng looked at Saint Jiang and said, I hope Senior will allow it. Okay, Saint Jiang said coolly, then turned around and left. Let us go. Goddess Dai looked towards Yi Futian and the rest. All right, thank you for your trouble. Yi Futian smiled as he nodded and replied. Saint Jiang had accepted his request, so he could finally heave a sigh of relief. He had suffered a few setbacks on his way from the barren state to the 9-state college, but he had finally obtained Saint Jiang's promise. Why do all of you have such sullen faces? The barren state will soon have its second saint, you should all be happy. Yi Futian looked at the people behind him and said. The sword demon, Su Shang, and the rest all shook their heads with a wry smile. The barren state having its second saint was definitely something to celebrate, and paying any price would have been worth it, except for Yi Futian. They did not know how dangerous Saint Jiang's medicine testing would be, so there was a shadow looming over their hearts. They could not bring themselves to be happy. Miss Butterfly, how dangerous is the medicine testing? Sage Dojan asked Goddess Dai. Goddess Dai shook her head with a bitter smile and replied, I don't know either, it depends on what medicine master is testing. Thank you for introducing us this time, Miss Butterfly. However, there are too many people's hopes on my disciple's shoulder. I hope that Miss Butterfly will be able to help look out for him. If anything happens to him, please lend him a hand. Sage Dojan pleaded, I beg of you. Senior, there is no need to do so. If anything happens, I will naturally help Palace Lord, Goddess Dai replied. I thank you in advance then, Sage Dojan replied. Master, do you know what your biggest strength is? Yi Futian asked. Sage Dojan looked at Yi Futian and shook his head, replying, I don't know. You have a good eye for picking disciples, Yi Futian smiled and replied. Sage Dojan glared at him. This fellow still dared to be this flippant. So be at ease. I am not as weak as you think. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Sage Dojan could only sigh and follow the rest out of the herb garden. Only Little Butterfly, Yi Futian, and Yu Sheng remained. Why do you go to this extent? Medical testing is indeed very dangerous. Master has tried it in the past numerous times and they have all failed. Goddess Dai shook her head as she spoke. She did not understand why her master did it sometimes. There is no problem, I am tough enough. Yi Futian smiled and replied, Saint Jiang is known as the Poison Lord and the Medicine Saint. Why does he need someone of my cultivation level to test medicine? He did not understand. Master has always wanted to prove something, Goddess Dai replied. However, I have no idea what it is exactly. In the future, I will have to trouble Goddess quite a lot. Do you regret helping out? Yi Futian smiled and asked. If I had known that Palace Lord Yi would test medicine, I would not have introduced you to Master. Goddess Dai shook her head lightly and replied. Yi Futian blinked and said, smiling, you do not need to take it to heart. Everyone has something that they will give their everything for. This is the decision that I made. Even if anything happens to me, it is of no relation to you. Even so, Goddess Dai shook her head lightly and retorted. If anything happened to Yi Futian while he was testing medicine, she would feel guilty about it. Also, don't address me as Palace Lord Yi unless you regard me as an outsider. I have already treated Goddess Dai as a friend, just call me by name. Yi Futian interrupted Goddess Dai and said. Goddess Dai fell silent for a moment, then nodded her head and said, then you should also call me Little Butterfly. Okay, Yi Futian smiled and replied. Before they knew it, they had already reached a place to stay. Goddess Dai said to him, you two can stay here for now, I'll inform you if there's anything new. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. I'm leaving then. Goddess Dai smiled as she bid them goodbye. Yi Futian watched as she left and Yu Sheng looked at him and asked, enjoying yourself? Yi Futian glared at him and said, are you blind? As he said that, he stepped away and left. You wouldn't dare to anyway. Yu Sheng mumbled to himself. Yi Futian stumbled and had an urge to beat Yu Sheng up. However, when he thought that it would only hurt his own hand, he stopped himself. News spread across the 9-state college from the herb garden that Goddess Dai had introduced Yi Futian to Saint Jiang and Saint Jiang had agreed to his request to help Sage Dozhan temper his body. Many people felt happy for Yi Futian. His request had finally been fulfilled after visiting every day for a month. Sage Dozhan would be able to step into the Saint Plane. However, the rumors also claimed that in order for Saint Jiang to help out, Yi Futian had paid a certain price. However, the details of the price had not spread out, so nobody knew what it was. In the pavilion where the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty were, when Zhou Huang received the news, his expression was grim. That day, when he went to deliver a gift, he had been sent back by Su Chehan and was rather displeased. However, after he heard that Yi Futian had also been rejected by Su Chehan, he understood that Su Chehan did not want to be involved in the matter. However, he did not expect that Yi Futian would go through Goddess Dai to meet Saint Jiang. I heard that Sage Dozhan and the rest had grim expressions after leaving the herb garden. Instead of looking relaxed, they looked troubled. It could have something to do with the price that the Baron State had to pay. The Baron State must have paid a heavy price to help Dozhan enter the Saint Plane. The informant reported, after all, Saint Jiang doesn't know them well, so he would not help them for no reason. No price is worth more than a saint's existence. Zhou Huang did not exaggerate when he said that. Saint instruments and other treasures were merely additions to one's strength. A Saint Plane cultivator's strength was the real deal. Then why did Dozhan and the others have such grim expressions? Moreover, Yi Futian and Yu Xing did not leave the herb garden, the informant continued. Go and inquire about the matter, make sure you get to the bottom of it, Zhou Huang ordered and the person bowed and left. Inform the great Zhou sacred dynasty to make preparations, Zhou Huang continued. If Sage Dozhan becoming a saint is unavoidable, they need to have countermeasures in place. The best countermeasure would be to eliminate him. A dead saint would be no good to anyone. Soon, the person returned yet again with excitement in his eyes. He walked quickly before Zhou Huang and bowed, saying, Your Highness, I bear good news. What news? Zhou Huang asked, surprised. Yi Futian has agreed to help Saint Jiang test medicine in exchange for Saint Jiang helping Dozhan. The person reported, in the past, Saint Jiang had found others to test medicine for him. Everyone who did so was unable to withstand it and ended up dying. Crackle. Zhou Huang clenched his fists and they made a crisp crackling sound. His brows smoothened and a smile appeared on his face as he said, I can't believe this Yi Futian is courting his own demise. Many other people think so too. The informant laughed. Once Yi Futian died, the barren state that had been united because of him would collapse. From then on, the Holy Ji Palace would be unable to resist their attacks and there would be no doubt about the result of the sacred war. He had thought that no matter what price Yi Futian had paid, it would not bode well for him. However, he had not expected that it would actually excite him this much instead. What a pity that he could not see an elite prodigy rise up. From the enemy's point of view, Zhou Huang acknowledged Yi Futian's potential but hoped that Yi Futian would die as well. If he did not die, he would become a threat. As expected of Saint Jiang, holder of both the titles of Poison Lord and Medicine Saint. He was no Samaritan. However, at that moment in the herb garden, Saint Jiang had found Su Chehan and Goddess Dai. Waving his hand, a golden glow appeared in front of the two of them, opening up like a drawing with many words on it. "You two, go collect the herbs you see," Saint Jiang ordered the two of them. Su Chehan memorized the herbs in silence. He knew that the herbs included in those words were for Sage Dozhan. His master, Saint Jiang, would personally help Sage Dozhan temper his body. Since his herbs were for Sage Dozhan, the words that appeared in front of Little Butterfly were for Yi Futian. However, Little Butterfly's expression paled as she asked, "Master, even Magus are unable to withstand some of the herbs in here. Isn't this a bit too much for Yi Futian's cultivation level? Just collect the herbs based on what is written. You will create a medicated bath with it. I will give you the method, but you are not to show any mercy." Saint Jiang looked at Little Butterfly and instructed her. A worried look appeared on Little Butterfly's face. After all, she was familiar with herbs, so she naturally knew how potent the bath would be after all these herbs were combined together. Moreover, some of the herbs written here were rare treasures. Any one of them could easily be a valuable asset. Letting Yi Futian test medicine would also deplete a huge amount of resources. Little Butterfly, since Master has ordered it, just follow his instructions, Su Chehan said. Little Butterfly nodded lightly. She knew she could not go against her master. "I'm going then," Little Butterfly said as she left. 2 days later, Little Butterfly brought Yi Futian to the medicated pool, located within the herb garden. Yu Sheng had come along as well. The herbs for the medicated bath were already in the pool. Yi Futian stepped before the medicated pool and saw that the liquid in the bubbling pool had a fiery sheen. Wisps of terrifying mist wafted above the medicated pool and bubbling sounds sounded from within. It seemed to contain a mysterious power. "Brother is preparing the herbs for your master's body tempering. Master will refine the herbs personally," Little Butterfly said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded lightly and replied, "Naturally, I trust Saint Jiang." "Okay." Little Butterfly nodded and said, "Take off your shirt then." Yi Futian had cold sweat trickling down his face as he thought. He turned back and looked at Little Butterfly and was greeted with a calm explanation. "The medicated bath requires you to have physical contact with it. The first time might be a little painful, bear with it." Cough, cough. Yi Futian's face went beet red. "What's wrong?" Little Butterfly stared at him and asked, "Is it the medicated pool?" "No, nothing." Yi Futian shook his head awkwardly and took off his shirt. He blinked at Little Butterfly and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" "I'm staying here in case you can't take it." Little Butterfly shook her head lightly and replied, "Okay." Yi Futian turned around and took a deep breath, looked at the medicated pool and stepped into it. His entire body sank into the medicated pool. Sizzle, sizzle. In just a moment, Yi Futian could feel the skin on his body experiencing a horrible burning sensation which permeated into his bones. Instantly, cries of agony resounded throughout the medicated pool. At that moment, Yi Futian finally understood why Little Butterfly had reminded him before he entered. How was this a little painful? This was awfully painful. Strands of air entered his limbs, and the air current that was created by the liquid in the medicated pool seemed to be embalmed with destructive rule power, burning every part of his body. If he had to describe it, he felt as though every organ, every drop of blood, every atom of his body was on fire, bearing the force alongside him. It was painful beyond belief. Little Butterfly stood at the side, watching him with a nervous expression, her fists slightly clenched. She naturally knew how terrifying the medicated bath was. After all, she had refined it personally. She was very clear how strong it was. If it was an ordinary sage, his body would have been destroyed instantly. However, after Yi Futian shouted once, he closed his eyes and a divine light flowed around his body, as though it was resisting the force. Evidently, he had resistance to it. Yusheng also stood at the side watching. He did not say anything and continued staring at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was unable to bear it, he would bring him out. Chapter 851. In the medicine pool, Yi Futian quieted down and settled his mind. In the medicine pool, Yi Futian quieted down and settled his mind. Before entering the medicine pool, the small talk was intended to ease his nervousness, but he knew that testing the medicine would not be an easy task. Feeling the boiling hot air, it seemed intent on destroying every part of his body. Yi Futian even began feeling that he seemed to be no longer a person, but was deconstructed into countless particles. He could feel the pain of every particle in his limbs and organs. His body trembled slightly. It was not the kind of trembling that Yi Futian himself could control, but the tremor of every particle in the body, which was the cause. At this moment, Yi Futian wondered if this was the feeling that Yusheng experienced when he practiced the demonic art. It was too painful. The body was like countless particles, and those endless particles seemed also to tear apart. Next to the medicine pool, Little Butterfly was somewhat nervous. Her tightly clenched hands were damp with sweat, and it was uncertain whether this was because of the heat radiating from the medicine pool or because of her own anxiety. The first medicine bath was not the strongest, and that was precisely because this was his first time experiencing this type of pain before. Thus, a total collapse was likely, and the danger was great. The boiling potion made clear and crisp sounds and mist hovered above the medicine pool, obscuring Yi Futian's body. As time passed, his body trembled less and less, until a long while later it gradually calmed down. It was not because it was painless, but rather that Yi Futian had become somewhat numb. After a while longer, he finally adjusted to the pain and regained a sense of self. His body felt whole, and radiance flowed on top of it. Inside the body, where it had been burnt and torn, he was healed bit by bit, and rustling sounds came from the spirit. Glimmers of green light shrouded his body, and there was a magical glow on his skin. His eyes opened and Yi Futian exhaled and smiled at Little Butterfly, who was next to the medicine pool. Seeing his smile, Little Butterfly finally released the worries in her heart and showed a brilliant smile, beautiful and stunning. She whispered, "You can come up now." As Yi Futian walked out of the medicine pool, topless, Little Butterfly blushed, then turned around. Because of the worry and tension beforehand, there was no time to worry about much else. But at this moment, because Yi Futian was safe and sound, concerns for proper etiquette returned. Yi Futian saw the embarrassment from Little Butterfly and winked. "You have already seen it?" When Little Butterfly heard this, her face became as red as blood. She whispered, "The master has said that the first round of trials was divided 81 times and subdivided into 9 stages. In each of the 9 stages, the same medicine will be used, but each time will be more intense than the last. This is the first time in the first stage, but since you were able to withstand this, the first stage of the trial should not be dangerous." "Well, Little Butterfly, thank you for your hard work," Yi Futian whispered. "Come tomorrow for the second testing." "I'll go to let the master know now," Little Butterfly said and left. Yi Futian put on his clothes and tried to feel his body. Amazingly, he felt every pore in the body opening. After the trial, he actually felt very comfortable, and his body seemed to be more sensitive in perceiving the energy in the surrounding environment. "Go," Yi Futian said to Yusheng. He was fine this time, which meant that the first stage of testing would be no problem. After leaving the medicine pool, Little Butterfly came to the place where Saint Jiang was cultivating. "Master," Little Butterfly whispered. "Little Butterfly, how is he?" Saint Jiang turned to look at Little Butterfly. "The first trial was no problem, and there should be no danger at this stage," Little Butterfly responded. "How is he recovering?" Saint Jiang asked again. Little Butterfly's eyes revealed a strange color, and she whispered, "Very well." Saint Jiang nodded lightly and said, "I hoped that the youngest lord of a holy land in the 9 states would not let me down." As he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, a scroll of painting appeared in front of Little Butterfly with copious handwriting engraved on it. They were refined methods of medicine. This pertains to the methods and materials of the second phase of medicinal baths. You should collect them in advance and wait until the end of the first phase to carry out the second phase of the trial, Saint Jiang instructed. Little Butterfly looked at the engraved handwriting and her face altered its expression slightly. Master, it is only the second stage and such strong medicine is to be used? And this black quicksand is highly toxic, isn't it a bit too much? Saint Jiang looked at Little Butterfly, but Little Butterfly did not avoid his gaze. She met his eyes. Master, I would like to know the purpose of the trial. Judging from the level of cultivation of the master, there seems to be no reason to do so. What exactly is there to prove? Saint Jiang looked at his disciple. He knew Little Butterfly was kind and pure. Because of this, he taught her medicine and treated her as his own. Do you think Master is vicious? Saint Jiang asked. I dare not. Little Butterfly bowed her head. The world calls me medicine saint and poison lord. I am a vicious person by nature, so none of this is strange. Certain things, after all, need to be done by certain people. Jiang Sheng seemed to be talking to himself and then said, Go now. Do as I say. Little Butterfly bit her lip lightly, and there was some stubbornness in those beautiful eyes. But when she saw Saint Jiang's authoritative gaze, she nodded and said, With your permission. Then she turned and left. Saint Jiang looked at the back of Little Butterfly and whispered, The girl really is like you. As he said so, he turned and walked toward the ancient hall. A door opened from the middle, and he stepped inside. There seemed to be another world inside. The space inside was a courtyard with ancient furnishings, and everything seemed very old. Moreover, it was very cold here, extremely cold, and the ground was covered with a layer of frost. All the furnishings were covered by a transparent layer of ice. In front of a pavilion, there was an ice sculpture with a very beautiful woman inside. Her brows were gentle. She sat there quietly. The statue was so lifelike. It was as if it was a real person. Saint Jiang touched the ice sculpture gently. Before the ice sculpture, the long salt and peppered hair seemed to be whiter. His eyes showed tenderness. Many years ago, 9 states did not have Saint Jiang, nor the titles of medicine saint or poison lord. At that time, he did not understand medicine, only poison. One day, he met her, who practiced the refinement of medicine. Little Butterfly's temperament now resembles yours more and more, Saint Jiang said to no one in particular. The ruthless great path took you away. I won't let the same thing happen to Little Butterfly. For the following period of time, Yi Futian had a medicinal bath every day. After the medicinal bath, he would return to his courtyard to cultivate and felt his body changing. After each medicinal bath, his tolerance would increase, which meant that his physical capacity was stronger, and the body had changed bit by bit. In the first 9 days, the first phase of the medicinal baths had been completed, and Yi Futian could clearly feel the changes within his body. According to Little Butterfly, he would be subjected to an even stronger medicinal bath the next day so that he could be psychologically prepared. After a round, Yi Futian had some confidence in the process. It was already night, and in the middle of the courtyard, Yi Futian sat cross-legged to cultivate. All around Yi Futian, spiritual qi and rules power flowed, and Yi Futian's eyes were closed tightly, quietly feeling the rules force flowing between heaven and earth. Brilliance bloomed and shrouded his body. The flame rule power turned into a blaze of fire, diffusing around the body, while the thunder rule power turned into the power of lightning, flickering over the body. Single attribute rule was the simplest of all rules, which Yi Futian had comprehended very early on and would normally integrate it into battles. But for him, the main means of combat was still extraordinary rules, because the power of a single attribute rule was limited. However, at this time, Yi Futian introduced the airflow of rules into his body and integrated it into every part of the body. When he thought about the feeling in the medicinal bath, he tried to reduce the airflow of rules and merge it into the particles. The way of cultivation had its own rationality. The great paths were connected as yin and yang coexisted. It was not that the power of yin was strong so that the power of yang was weak. By the same reasoning, the Dozhan body, infinite body, and godly creation of all things were able to create immense battle forms as the gods, to increase their power many folds. Increase in size and it could strengthen your power. Then what about decrease? How strong would its attacking and penetrating power be by concentrating the same amount of strong rules power into one point? Yi Futian had come to a certain awareness when he was in the medicine bath, so he wanted to comprehend this power. Gleaming starry lights shone brightly. Around Yi Futian, there seemed to be a starry sky forming, with the stars flowing and turning around. Moreover, the stars were constantly shrinking to concentrate their power into an even smaller space. However, when it reached a limit, Yi Futian was not able to continue. Constantly absorbing more power could make anything bigger, but to become smaller would be against the rules. For a long time, Yi Futian was not able to continue the breakthrough, so he opened his eyes. Cultivation was not achievable in one try, so sometimes a lack of comprehension was normal. Feeling the consumption of his spiritual energy, Yi Futian took out a guqin, playing slowly, and let the calming song permeate the night sky. Quiet and elegant, it could bring one into an absolutely quiet environment and let go of everything. At this time, there were light footsteps. It was Little Butterfly who had come this way. She slowed down and moved softly. Then she sat quietly and listened to the music without disturbing Yi Futian. Looking at that handsome face, it seemed to glow with strange radiance while playing the music. Unconsciously, her heart had quieted down. After a song, Yi Futian looked up and said, "Little Butterfly, it's late. Is something the matter?" "Yes." Little Butterfly nodded gently and continued, "Tomorrow you will start the second phase of the test, and the medicine will be stronger. Also, your master's medicine has been made, so tomorrow he can be let into the herb garden for the medicinal bath and reinvent his body. However, my master said that he would like to help your master form an even stronger body, and that will take some time. Perhaps both of you will have to receive the medicinal bath at the same time every day." "Understood." Yi Futian nodded. To construct a body that could resist holiness was not something that could be achieved in a short time. "I will leave you now," Little Butterfly said. She had come just to inform Yi Futian. Chapter 852. Yi Futian and Sage Dozhan came to the medicated pool area the next day. Yi Futian and Sage Dozhan came to the medicated pool area the next day. Saint Jiang, Little Butterfly, and Su Chehan were all there. Yi Futian went up and called out to Saint Jiang, "Senior, let Sage Dozhan be the first to go," Saint Jiang said. Everyone nodded as they came before a pool. That pool was the deepest pool in the area, and there was actually a terrifying vortex found in it. Yi Futian reached out with his senses and quickly shuddered in response. "Remember, you're only there to temper your body. Use your powers and you'll invoke the divine catastrophe." Saint Jiang reminded, "You'd probably feel quite an amount of pressure at the beginning, but every single time you feel so, it would be to an effort to reforge your body. You'd need time to get this done." "Understood." Sage Dozhan nodded. He himself was not what he had been most concerned about. He was most concerned about Yi Futian testing out the medicines personally instead. But from the current looks of things, his student would probably be able to withstand the effects. "Go on in then," Saint Jiang said. Sage Dozhan nodded and stepped into the medicated pool. He breathed a deep cold breath and a crisp crack was heard. He wanted to resist it using his powers, but then he recalled Saint Jiang's reminder. As such, he had no choice but to tough it out the hard way. He had once invoked the divine catastrophe, an act which served as a solid testament to his indomitable will. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, then went on to sit in the pool like an ancient god. "Senior, would anything happen to my teacher?" Yi Futian recalled what he had been through seeing what his teacher was going through then, and was unable to help but ask. "Rest assured, you're testing out the medicines and he is using them for healing. While there would definitely be a certain measure of pain involved, but that was simply just to reforge the parts of his body which decayed in the calamity. It would make his body stronger after this rebirth." Saint Jiang then added, "Get in there yourself too, right?" Yi Futian nodded. Stay here and watch him, Saint Jiang told Su Chehan, and he left together with Yi Futian and Little Butterfly, heading to the pool where Yi Futian was supposed to bathe in. That was the second stage of testing out the medicines. The liquids were of totally different color from the ones before. There was actually slivers of black, terrifying currents in it. Yi Futian shuddered after just sensing what they were. Little Butterfly said nothing beside him, and her smile disappeared altogether. She turned to look rather solemn instead. Every single test in every stage was a trial in itself. She had no certainty if Yi Futian would have been able to survive through that test. To Yi Futian, every single test felt like a visit to the gates of death. If you happen to die, I'd still continue to help your teacher complete his body's refinement, Saint Jiang said. Yi Futian let out a bitter laugh in response. What the hell? Thank you, senior. But I've never thought of that, Yi Futian said and leapt into the pool. A surge of liquid with an even greater ferocity rushed into his body. Yi Futian felt at that very second that his skin was about to rot and fall off. Unspeakable devastating power was imbued with that black current, seemingly out to destroy every single part of his body. He vaguely felt that slivers of black currents coursed throughout his entire body. His veins, nerves, limbs and organs, every single spot was accounted for. The currents even surged right up to his brain. If he had been watching from outside the pool, he would have quickly found that his skin had turned pitch black. Is this the power of rules imbued within the art of poison? A sliver of thought emerged from within his mind. His entire body no longer felt like his, as it was getting continuously invaded by the poisons, which were eroding his spiritual will and devouring every part of his body. Crack! Yusheng clenched his fists. He was able to feel how terrifying the powers that Yi Futian was resisting at the moment. Little Butterfly shut her eyes altogether, not daring to look at what was going on. She had a part in the preparations of those medicines. The testing of medicines was actually a test of poisons. While her major had been the art of medicines, but she was nonetheless studying under Saint Jiang. As such, it was only natural that she knew about poisons. In the situation where ready ingredients were around, she was even able to craft poisons on her own. Saint Jiang, on the other hand, simply looked at Yi Futian unfazed. There was no hint of emotion to be found in his expression. He had no intentions of going easy at all. There had been many tests before and they all ended in failure. If the test failed with Yi Futian, that would have meant that his track of thought had always been erroneous and impractical. It was never something possible, and there was simply no way he could have reversed the effects of the cruel great path. Yi Futian was quiet this time instead of shrieking in pain like he last did, which seemed as if he was fighting a battle silently. The more his spiritual will got eroded, the tougher he got. There seemed to be a sovereign-like figure sitting cross-legged in his consciousness. The figure was immutable as he simply sat against the erosion of the black currents without lifting a finger, yet the currents failed to dismantle his will. The eroded, decayed parts of his body was healing at breakneck speed. A sliver of green light flowed within his life palace, coursing down into his limbs and shrouded his entire body. Two powers continued to clash against each other, as if a very intense battle was being fought within his body. Yi Futian truly felt that every single part of his body was being torn apart when the destructive powers invaded him. The destroyed parts recovered and the cycle began anew. All of his moments were spent suffering unspeakable pain, which was far more terrifying than what he had last suffered. He finally understood why Little Butterfly looked so severe and kept reminding him with a serious tone. Yusheng's fists clenched increasingly hard and the veins popped. Little Butterfly opened her eyes and saw Yi Futian's body seem to shaking slightly. He was probably shivering from pain. Every second felt excruciating. Time seemed to pass at a very slow pace. Yi Futian's movement seemed to ease after being at it for a very long time. The invading powers gradually subsided and the effects of the medicines weakened. However, his body's regenerative abilities did not seem to weaken one bit. It was continued being shrouded in light, which grew increasingly bright. No one knew how much time had passed. Yi Futian was still in the pool. Sage Dojan's session had ended and he came to his student's pool. Su Chehan was there as well, but he said nothing. Sage Dozhan felt incredibly restless. Is this how he had been testing the medicines? His student seemed to be putting his life on the line, just so that he was able to become a saint. Eventually, the light on Yi Futian's body finally overcame the black currents. His eyes opened all of a sudden, but they remained clear and bright. Is it okay if all of you just stare at me like that? Yi Futian said with a smile. His sudden words surprised everyone present. A beaming smile was seen in Little Butterfly's eyes. Man, he can really joke even at a time like this. The test was finally over. It's not we haven't seen it before. Little Butterfly replied, seemingly having relaxed. But she immediately felt that her words sounded weird, and she blushed as a result. Yi Futian was dumbfounded as well. That was what he said that day. Saint Jiang took a look at Little Butterfly, and Su Chehan looked at her as well. Sage Dozhan sported a rather peculiar expression himself. This student of mine really knows how to get the girls everywhere he goes. Come to think of it, he is surrounded by all manner of beautiful girls even back in the Holy Ji Palace. Young and handsome, so he can fool around all he like. Sir, I'll go prepare the herbs for tomorrow, Little Butterfly said and left. Saint Jiang took a good look at Yi Futian and said, the first round of tests would take 81 days. If you could really survive the whole ordeal, your body would undergo rebirth of sorts. If you're able to make it through all 3 stages, you would gain a body of saints. I hope you'd live to see that come true. Saint Jiang left as soon as he finished. Su Chehan continued to look as cold as he had always been as he left with his teacher. Yi Futian probably would not have been able to make it that far. Su Chehan was the person who knew best what Yi Futian had suffered in the medicinal bath, as he had similar experiences himself. Yi Futian did not walk out of the pool. He was still pondering Saint Jiang's words. When they first came to see Saint Jiang, the saint said that everything in the world has their own rules. If one were to become a saint, one would have needed to endure divine catastrophes. The achievements that one gained needed to be equal to the price that one has paid. If he was able to endure the pain of the medicine testing and succeeded in emerging alive, he would have gained rewards equal to what he suffered. In truth, he was able to feel it as soon as the first stage of medicine testing ended. Weal and woe were 2 sides of a coin. What he had undergone in that medicine testing was probably not a bad thing. But then again, it was a given that he needed to be alive to reap its benefits. He took one look at the medicinal pool and thought that the herbs required for testing every day probably cost a lot. Teacher, how do you feel? Yi Futian asked Sage Dozhan after walking out of the pool moments later. Incredible. Sage Dozhan added, I hear from Saint Jiang that if you were able to endure the medicinal bath, your body would undergo rebirth. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded, same goes with you, teacher. When you're done tempering your body, you would have passed through the catastrophe and be on your way to become a saint. A promise between both of us as teacher and student then, Sage Dozhan replied with a booming voice. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded with a smile, and they left the place together. Time flew. Autumn passed and winter came. Year 10012 of Divine Prefecture calendar came near its end. The 9-state college grew increasingly rowdy. Many students who went out on pilgrimages came back one after another. The end of every year was the time to test one's training. Many continued to talk about Yi Futian within the college. Rumor had it that Yi Futian remained just fine even then. He had been doing his tests for 72 days straight. According to news from the herb garden, Yi Futian would have finished the first round of tests after another final round. It was something that none who went to do medicine testing had achieved before. Furthermore, according to Jiang Chuan, the one who was at Yi Futian's side when he was doing said tests was none other than Goddess Dai, Saint Jiang's student. Both of them shared an amicable bond, which became the talk of the place. Is Yi Futian, the young leader from the barren state, and the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, going to have a romantic story to tell between him and Goddess Dai? Love blossoming between two who shared considerable time together was common after all. But then again, no one knows what the eldest student of Saint Jiang, Su Chehan, would think if he hears all the buzz going about. There was another news. Sage Dozhan had finished tempering his body, and it would have probably been a matter of time before he were to undergo the catastrophe yet again. the barren state would have very probably gained themselves another saint in time. Just when the news was spreading about, a phoenix carriage came outside the college from the skies. The golden phoenix wore a crown, and there was only one person who was fit to ride on one such carriage. It was none other than the Zhou Sacred King. The Sacred King was upon the 9 State College. Chapter 853. The Zhou Sacred King went to visit the college chief as soon as he arrived at the 9 State College. The Zhou Sacred King went to visit the college chief as soon as he arrived at the 9 State College. As the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Sacred King, his status was definitely not something Yi Futian, as he was then, could have matched. It was difficult for Yi Futian to see Saint Jiang or the college chief, but the Sacred King was easily able to see both. That would have lasted unless Yi Futian became a saint. By then, Yi Futian would have been more than simply a lord of a holy land. Once he truly became a saint, his status would have equaled to that of any lords of holy lands from a certain perspective. The awkward treatment they have received back in 9 State Forum would have naturally been no more. He would have finished his first stage of medicine tests if he would last for another 9 days. Sage Dozhan's passing of his divine catastrophe was near as well. Furthermore, it was near the end of the year and the 9 State cities seemed to be brewing a storm in secret, and it was only a matter of time before something was about to happen in said city. Yi Futian, while he was in the herb garden, knew of the Sacred King's arrival and was able to feel something brewing. His teacher would have passed the ordeal soon, and once Sage Dozhan became a saint, the Sacred King would have been allowed to kill his teacher personally, per the rules of the Sacred War. The Sacred King was there for Yi Futian's teacher. Yi Futian performed a set of martial arts movements in the early morning. His imperial fist was massively powerful. While he had only performed the set with their forms instead of invoking their true powers, but the vague force imbued within was unmistakable. Dazzling sheen glowed throughout his body, making him look regal and holy. A sonic boom was heard in the air. Yi Futian clenched his fist and a powerful current of rules flowed around his body, as if the light of the stars enclosed his fist. However, the light seemed to have been transformed into particles, yet every single particle bore immense mass. The air trembled when a punch was launched. It was apparent that he had developed a new kind of power, the rule of particles. The particles themselves were devoid of any offensive powers. They could have only been devastating when combined with powers of other types. Booming trembles were heard in the compound and Yi Futian only stopped after going on for a while. There was sweat all over his body, yet he had never felt so refreshed before. He took a deep breath and his expression looked electrified. His body seemed to be filled with immense power. The testing processes that he had been enduring for 72 days had rendered his body and spiritual will far more powerful than they had ever been. Every single test brought forth considerable change, and the end of every stage marked a rebirth. There was only the last stage of tests remained. The round of tests were considered complete after another 9 days. Futian. A figure was seen walking by and it was none other than Little Butterfly. Having gone through 72 days of medicine tests meant that he became very familiar with Little Butterfly. They have spent 72 days being near each other after all. You're early, Yi Futian smiled and said. You're at the last stage now. The stage would be over if you would be able to last this day, Little Butterfly said to Yi Futian. It seemed as if she had been more concerned than Yi Futian for over the past 2 months, as she was by his side as he went through the tests. She was finally able to get the mental burden off her shoulders after today. As with before, the first day of every stage was the most difficult. So long as he was able to make it past the first day, his life would have no longer been in danger. As such, that day was the most important. The preparations are done? Yi Futian asked. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to get there, Little Butterfly answered. Let's go then. Yi Futian smiled and called, Yusheng. Yusheng stepped out and followed them. He had been by Yi Futian's side every day as Yi Futian went for the tests. Both of them came to the pool and Little Butterfly stopped moving altogether. Yi Futian turned around and asked, What's wrong? I'm not going in. I'll be waiting for you outside instead, Little Butterfly smiled and said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian was puzzled, but he quickly nodded after seeing the smile in her eyes. Alright, I'd be off then, right? Little Butterfly smiled and nodded. Yi Futian and Yusheng walked inside and made it to the pool. Little Butterfly simply sat at the steps outside with her back facing the pool. She did not look at what was going on, but she was able to peer with her spiritual powers nonetheless. Her eyes were locked forward while her hands were on her knees, as she stood quietly at the steps. A painful grunt was heard from the pool, and she shuddered in response. However, she struggled to keep herself from turning around to look, as she dared not see what was actually happening. That was the last life and death ordeal, and furthermore, one that was far more forceful than any of the tests that came before. She was simply pretending to be relaxed when she was talking to him earlier. Even though Yi Futian had been able to endure the 8 stages prior, she still did not have absolute certainty of his survivability in the one he was about to face. She grew reluctant to face the test, and it was probably due exactly to it being the last stage. If he was unable to make it, that would have been a cruel twist of fate. Voices continued to be heard, and they were all suppressed grunts of pain from Yi Futian. Despite sitting outside, she nonetheless felt very tense. Every single voice she heard wound her tighter. Time passed very slowly. Voices were still heard from Yi Futian, which was a good sign as it proved that he was still alive and well. That was until everything turned silent all of a sudden. Little Butterfly felt tense when she heard voices, yet when everything turned silent, she had gotten even more tense instead. Her hands were held together tightly. Boom! At that moment, a huge boom was heard, and it seemed as if the medicinal pool was boiling in rage as well, as if a storm was whipped up. She was unable to sit around any longer and stood up, turning around and headed straight for the medicinal pool. She was then dumbfounded at the edge of the pool before what she saw. Her breathing was somewhat rushed. She seemed to have thought that something bad had happened to him right before that. However, a terrifying storm was seen brewing within the pool. Spiritual chi ran amok and boundless power gushed into his body, which became the very center of a frightening vortex. The power of the pool was being devoured by his body in a frenzy, refining it and making it increasingly perfect. His entire body glowed as a result. Yi Futian's breath was getting stronger. That was the sign of him breaking into the next plane. A beaming smile was seen in her eyes. Her eyes were still reddened, but she was smiling and they looked beautiful. She knew that all of that ordeal was behind them now. That round of tests did not end up taking away Yi Futian's life. That mental burden she had been shouldering for so long was finally lifted. It was a sense of relief like no other. After spending so many days together, she came to consider Yi Futian, the sunny and funny man he was, to be a good friend of hers. If he were to die in the medicinal pool that she concocted personally, the resulting suffering that she would have had to endure would have been unimaginable. It was fortunate that everything turned out just fine. Not only did Yi Futian not die during the process of medicine testing, he had actually broken into the next plane, becoming an upper-level sage. Coupled with refinement of his body during the months he had spent in the herb garden, his powers had grown to a totally new level compared what they were before he came to the herb garden. Yusheng's fists loosened unconsciously. He knew that if Yi Futian was able to make it through that day, there was nothing to be worried about in the next 8. Yi Futian's life would have no longer been in any danger. The violent currents within the pool subsided after some time, and Yi Futian walked out from the pool. He got himself dressed and smiled at both Yusheng and Little Butterfly. That round of medicine tests did not claim his life, it had enabled him to break into the next plane instead. His body had undergone rebirths throughout the processes as well. At the level of sage plane he was then, even if he were to simply stand around and do nothing, there were few at his current plane that were capable of harming him. You did it, Little Butterfly smiled and said. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and continued, thank you for everything so far. Little Butterfly had been around all the while when he was undergoing those tests. She even had to craft the medicines personally. Your teacher would soon make it past his ordeal as well. When this stage is over, I'd tell teacher to allow you to leave, and maybe he would forget about the next 2 rounds, Little Butterfly said. Well, it's been quite a ride and I'm going to miss it. Yi Futian shrugged and said with a smile, spending my days here bathing and having someone pretty to attend to me. Some treatment indeed, eh? Well then, I'd tell teacher to continue with the rest then. You don't look like you need any rests given how much you're enjoying the experience, Little Butterfly smiled and replied. No, Yi Futian shuddered at the thought of it. He looked at her sheepish expression and wondered when did she learn how to do that. Let's go. We'll go see teacher, Little Butterfly said. All right. He nodded. He had ended up getting something beneficial from the calamities that he had to endure, and he was wondering if he should thank Saint Jiang personally. All three of them came to Saint Jiang's side. Sage Dozhan and Su Chehan were there as well. Su Chehan knew at the very instant he saw Yi Futian that the palace lord from the barren state had successfully made it past that round of tests. Yi Futian had accomplished something that no one had been able to accomplish before. Saint Jiang took a good look at Yi Futian and said, "It seems that this round of tests would no longer be able to threaten you in any way. Congratulations. Thank you for taking of me and my teacher for so long," Yi Futian said as he bowed slightly. Don't get excited so early. Saint Jiang continued, your teacher is now fully capable of making it through his ordeal now, and of course, he can continue to refine his body to have even better chances at it. However, I'm calling him here to deliver a bad news. Since you're here now, I might as well tell you at the same time. Yi Futian's eyes grew severe. Bad news? The Sacred King was here at the 9 State College, and he had paid a visit to the college chief. Said chief came to see me just moments ago, Saint Jiang said. Yi Futian's expression went cold. What did the Sacred King do? You should know well that the sacred war between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the barren state was sanctioned by Emperor Xia. The 9 State College was in an inconvenient position to interfere, but I was helping Dozhan because you agreed to undergo the medicine tests. The Sacred King did not interfere with how I went about my business as well. Saint Jiang continued further, however, if I were to help Dozhan refine his body further, that would have meant that I interfered in the affairs between you people and the sacred dynasty. The college chief said that if you wanted to still stay around as guests, you were more than welcome to do so. But if Dozhan intends to continue making it through the divine catastrophe, it would be inconvenient for him to continue doing so in the college. Yi Futian knew what Saint Jiang meant with his words. The Sacred King was a sovereign after all, and he would not have been stupid enough to interfere with what Saint Jiang was doing. He had no right to do so, and Saint Jiang would not have entertained him as well. However, it was inconvenient for the college chief to refuse Sage Dozhan and tell him not to pass his ordeal outside of the college's grounds. It was unthinkable for the college to deliberately cover for them while the war was still ongoing after all. It was as Yi Futian had expected. The Sacred King was here for his teacher. Chapter 854. As the end of the year approached, the 9 State College became livelier. As the end of the year approached, the 9 State College became livelier. However, there were rumors circulating within the college recently about Yi Futian and the goddess Dai. Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, came to visit the 9 State College and stayed for several months. During this time, he and his teacher, Sage Dozhan, received care from Saint Jiang. Sage Dozhan would be able to cross the divine catastrophe on his way to be sanctified. Yi Futian himself was rumored to have also broken through the plane. As to the success he had in the medicinal trial, some people thought that Little Butterfly had been particularly gentle in her approach. Moreover, many began to gossip about Yi Futian's many visits to great teacher Su when he first arrived at the college, and that Su Chehan had refused his visits. Afterwards, Yi Futian started to get close to goddess Dai, and many people now felt that Yi Futian clearly had ulterior motives. So now Yi Futian had not only gained great benefits in the herb garden but may even win the heart of the beauty. But the irony was that Yi Futian was already married to a woman who was said to be extremely beautiful. If goddess Dai was to join with Yi Futian, she could only be a concubine. These gossips seemed to be spread intentionally, and they had some repercussions. For the past few months, Yi Futian had enjoyed a good reputation in the 9 State College, and many people had come to his defense, even perceiving his relationship with goddess Dai as an auspicious news. But naturally there were many who were not fans of his. An outsider, on the first day of his arrival, had defeated all the geniuses in the college, including the hallowed disciple of the divine path, and later used goddess Dai to get close to Saint Jiang. Those who disliked Yi Futian naturally were drawn to these rumors, hence the repercussions. Yi Futian's reputation was also polarized. At this time, there were many gathered together at a place inside the Nine-State College. Among them there were even a few hallowed disciples of the divine path. Duan Qinghe, who was defeated by Yi Futian, was also present. It seemed to be a meeting. The person who sat at the head was a young man who looked to be around 30, but his actual age naturally exceeded that. This person had an extraordinary appearance. There was a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were extremely spirited. Lin Shubai, the direct disciple of the chief of the Nine-State College, was hailed as the dominant figure in his generation of hallowed disciples of the divine path and the representative of all the disciples of the Nine-State College, possessing a distinguished position in the college. Many outsiders believed that between Lin Shubai and Tong He, one of them would inherit the position of future chief of the Nine-State College, which demonstrated the high opinions that were bestowed upon these two. Lin Shubai was a few years older than Tong He, so he was in a higher plane of cultivation and was already at the Archmage plane. In the next Battle of Saints, he would certainly be the leader of the Nine-State College. The group of people chatted casually. At this time, Lin Shubai's eyes fell on one of the people below. The man was concentrated on carving, and the slender fingers that held the knife were perfect, and there was no error done to the engraving. "Younger brother Tong, I haven't seen you for a year. How is your cultivation?" Lin Shubai asked with a smile. The person who was doing the carving was Tong He, mid-level magi. Tong He continued, carving without looking up at Lin Shubai. Among all the disciples of the college, perhaps he was the only one who dared not to look at Lin Shubai while talking to him. However, Lin Shubai did not seem to mind. He but smiled and said, "You have progressed again, and it won't be long before you get to the plane of Archmage. How is the progression of cultivation of senior brother this past year?" Tong He asked softly. Some slight comprehension, but nothing to elevate the level of the plane. Lin Shubai responded, "I heard that there have been some things happening within the college this year. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, Shihua Sacred Mountain of the Eastern State, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty have all sent envoys to visit, cultivate, and exchange here at the college. How do you all feel about that?" Duan Qinghe was a little embarrassed. He had lost to Yi Futian. Except for junior brother Qinghe who had battled, there was not very much understanding, someone said. Lin Shubai. At this moment a voice was heard, and everyone's eye landed on the handsome figure clad in a black robe that was walking toward them. His appearance was cold, and his chiseled face was slightly stern. Even when facing the hallowed disciples of Divine Path, there was no smile on his face. This person was the eldest disciple of Saint Jiang, Su Chehan. Coming, Lin Shubai smiled at Su Chehan. "How come little butterfly is not here?" "She's busy," Su Chehan replied, then went next to Lin Shubai to sit down. Saint Jiang enjoyed an eminent status within the Nine-State College. Likewise, his eldest disciple enjoyed an equally extraordinary position amongst all the disciples at the college. Of course, he did not come because he was also a hallowed disciple of Divine Path, but only because he had a good relationship with Lin Shubai. "I heard that Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, is cultivating in the herb garden. You should have quite a bit of contact with him. What do you think?" Lin Shubai asked. He was also curious about this infamous palace lord of that holy land. There is not much contact, but this person is truly talented. After a few days, he would be able to pass master's medicinal testing. Su Chehan said casually, "There are some malicious rumors circulating in the college, saying that little butterfly had intentionally shown him mercy. What do you think?" Lin Shubai asked. Su Chehan said coldly, "All nonsense. Whatever the master has commanded, little butterfly will only follow." Yi Futian was indeed relying on his own strength to pass the testing of the medicine. As a disciple of the Nine-State College, to spread such rumor is either born of our jealousy of others or lack of confidence in ourselves. My thoughts exactly. Yi Futian's reputation is widely known as an unusual character. I didn't think little butterfly would be so superficial either. Lin Shubai said, I will order a prohibition of these rumors momentarily to avoid embarrassing the college. Yes. Su Chehan nodded. But I have also learned a few things. In the beginning when Yi Futian asked to see Saint Jiang, he must have intentionally approached little butterfly. Now he is testing medicine in the herb garden. He must have had a lot of contact with little butterfly, hence these rumors in the college. Lin Shubai continued, when you have time, remind little butterfly. After all, Yi Futian is married. Such rumors would have negative effect on little butterfly's reputation. Su Chehan frowned, slightly displeased, but still he nodded. He knew there were some basis in what Lin Shubai was saying. Chehan, you and little butterfly are the only two disciples of Saint Jiang, almost like childhood sweethearts. If you can come together, it would be a perfect ending. Lin Shubai said with a smile. He was indeed thinking of Su Chehan. Su Chehan looked at him and said lightly, as long as little butterfly is happy. If there is nothing else, I am going back. Su Chehan seemed to be somewhat reluctant to continue the topic, leaving just moments after he had arrived. Go, and I will visit Saint Jiang on another day. Lin Shubai said as Su Chehan turned to leave. Back to the herb garden, Su Chehan was still thinking about what Lin Shubai had said. He was a little older than little butterfly, so it could be said that he watched little butterfly growing up. He had witnessed the most innocent stage of little butterfly's life. The most beautiful soul in the world was probably just like the one that little butterfly had. The master had always commanded him to guard this junior sister of his, and he had always done precisely that, especially because he did not consider his own cultivation particularly unsoiled, so he was more careful to guard the pure beauty of his heart. As for what kind of feeling this was, perhaps even he himself did not know. However, Lin Shubai was right about some things. Senior brother, a voice interrupted Su Chehan's thoughts. He looked up and saw a beautiful figure walking toward him with a smile. What is senior brother thinking? Nothing. Su Chehan looked at the medicine in little butterfly's hands. Is it for him? Yes. Little butterfly nodded. Another few days and I can relax. Senior brother, I will go now. Very well. Su Chehan nodded, but as little butterfly was leaving, Su Chehan spoke again. Junior sister? Little butterfly turned around. Yes? What do you think of him? Su Chehan asked. Him? Yi Futian, the youngest palace lord of all holy lands in the 9 states, whose name is known through the 9 states. He went through the medicinal trial for his master's sake and endured it all. Whether it is talent, achievement, or character, he should be considered extremely exceptional. Little butterfly smiled in reply. Su Chehan gently nodded, so it seemed that Yi Futian was indeed quite perfect. If it wasn't that he was already married, he is indeed someone to whom one could be entrusted. Su Chehan whispered. Senior brother, what are you talking about? Upon hearing his comment, little butterfly revealed a look of surprise on her face, then turned to walk away. But Su Chehan still stood there, watching her figure disappear. Turning around, Su Chehan also left and walked in the direction of Yi Futian. At this time in the courtyard where Yi Futian was were Sage Dozhan, Qin Zhuang, Sword Demon and others, discussing the matter of Sage Dozhan crossing the divine catastrophe. Saint Zhang's words made Yi Futian feel a sense of danger. Great Zhou Sacred King had come in person, and there seemed to be some movement in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It appeared that the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was preparing to send troops again. As for the destination, it was still uncertain. Would it be the Holy Ji Palace, or 9-state city? The sound of footsteps was heard. As Yi Futian and the others turned their eyes toward the sound, they saw Su Chehan. Su Chehan also looked at him, only to hear Yi Futian asking, "What brings the great teacher here?" "I want to have a word with you." Su Chehan replied. "Please." Yi Futian nodded. Su Chehan cast a glance at those around Yi Futian, and everyone immediately understood his meaning and left them alone. A few more days and the testing will be over. I thought you would have died, but you've persisted better than I thought. Su Chehan said. Even in praise he still sounded icy cold. The great teacher didn't just come here to praise me? Yi Futian said. Have you ever thought of using Little Butterfly? Su Shihan's eyes suddenly became sharp and focused on Yi Futian. I don't understand what you mean. Yi Futian's expression cooled down a few degrees. In the past, in order to see our master, you got to know Little Butterfly from Lin Shi and then gained access to the master through Little Butterfly. Isn't that considered using? Su Chehan's voice was accompanied by a faint dominant authority directed at Yi Futian. I was outside the herb garden for a month begging to see your master. If great teacher Su had accepted my plea, why would I have to resort to that? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. If great teacher Su believes that this is considered using, then I have nothing to say. What about after you got into the herb garden? Was there any deliberate? Su Chehan looked very cold and stared at Yi Futian. Although he did not finish the sentence, Yi Futian understood what he meant. If great teacher Su came here to question me, then please leave. Yi Futian's voice also cooled. Since Su Chehan was not being cordial, there was no need for him to be polite. The two stared at each other, an invisible current coursing between them. Su Chehan stared at Yi Futian without blinking, and after a long time, he said coldly, I hope that you haven't tried to, and that you won't in the future. If Little Butterfly is hurt because of you, I will kill you. Yi Futian stared at the other and said coldly, Do you think you can? Try me. Su Chehan said and left. Yi Futian looked at the departing figure and thought, great teacher Su lives up to his icy reputation. Chapter 855. After Su Chehan left, Qin Zhuang, Sword Demon and the others returned to Yi Futian. After Su Chehan left, Qin Zhuang, Sword Demon and the others returned to Yi Futian. Some rumors about Yi Futian and Little Butterfly in the college had reached their ears. It seemed like although this Mr. Su was naturally very cold, he cared a lot about his fellow apprentice Little Butterfly. Saint Zhang's disciple seems a little bit unfeeling, said Su Shang. Last time Yi Futian had paid a call on the herb garden for a month. With Yi Futian being who he was, whether there was a promise or not, it was still right for them to meet. It could only be said that this person was a little unsociable and did not care at all about outsiders. It probably has to do with his cultivation, said Sword Demon. Su Chehan had inherited the poisonous path of Saint Jiang. When practicing poison sorcery, it was quite normal to be unfeeling. Don't talk about him. I have been watching the activities in the great Zhou sacred dynasty's capital through the demonic beasts. In the past few days, many of the beasts have been hunted down. However, the remaining ones could still observe their movements. This time the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army has undergone unusual changes. We need to think of countermeasures, said Yi Futian. If you were the great Zhou sacred king, where would you send your army? 9-state city where we are, or to the Holy Ji Palace? Su Shang asked Yi Futian. The great Zhou sacred king's talents have come to light. He has the power of a thunderbolt and the speed of lightning, and he is very arrogant and conceited. Now that he has the opportunity, he will have only one thought, destroy both the master and me, said Yi Futian. So, if the great Zhou sacred dynasty dispatches their army, they will definitely come to 9-state city. If it was only the great Zhou sacred king taking action, it would be directed at the master. If there were other strong men from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, then it would be directed at them. If they were killed in 9-state city, the power of the barren state would disintegrate, and the outcome of the holy war would be in no doubt, unlike if they attacked the Holy Ji Palace. Therefore, he speculated that with the great Zhou sacred king's strong character, he would not go to the Holy Ji Palace but would instead go to 9-state city. I think so too. Last time he went to the Holy Ji Palace, the great Zhou sacred king had to withdraw. This time I'm afraid he will concentrate his power on destroying us here, said Su Shang. In this holy war, the Holy Elder and Sage Dozhan were at the peak of their power, and they were among the most powerful sages, whereas Yi Futian and Yu Xing were the future. If they were destroyed, it would be equivalent to the holy war ending early. Holy Elder. Yi Futian looked at the village chief and said, How sure are you that you can face Zhou Yanwang of the great Zhou sacred dynasty? Zhou Yanwang was another cultivator of the sage plane in the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He was ranked behind the great Zhou sacred king even though he was his senior. He had been shut off from the world, cultivating himself for a long time. I'm not sure how powerful Zhou Yanwang is now. However, no matter if I win or lose, I will certainly be able to get through it in one piece, said the village chief. He would certainly not boast when he was unsure of his opponent's strength. Good. Yi Futian nodded. Then might I trouble you to make a journey? Take Qin Zhuang, Su Shang and the others of the 9 seniors to the capital. Act when the opportunity arises. Your goal is not to kill your enemy, but to watch them. If there are any changes, I will have the demonic beasts let you know. In that case, there will only be a few of you here, Sword Demon frowned. If they left, all that would remain here would be Yi Futian, Yu Xing, Yuan Hong, Sage Dozhan and the undying old man. They had not brought anyone else to 9 State City this time. No problem, I will be in the herb garden, said Yi Futian. When should we set out? Asked the village chief. Now, answered Yi Futian. The great Zhou Sacred King is at the college. If we leave directly, I'm afraid we won't be able to conceal it from him, said the village chief. No matter when you leave, you won't be able to conceal it from him. You are good at the spatial arts. If the great Zhou Sacred King wants to pursue you, let him, said Yi Futian. I understand. The village chief nodded, then looked at Qin Zhuang and the others. He wielded the divine sword, placed it in the air and then stepped onto it. Get on, he said. The 9 of them stepped on the divine sword together, and suddenly a brilliant blade of light crossed through the void, traversing the space in an instant and heading for the sky. At that moment, everyone in 9 States College felt that extremely powerful sword will. They looked up into the void and saw the sword that pierced through the air. The great Zhou Sacred King suddenly opened his eyes and looked out into the void. His expression was cold, but he closed his eyes again as if he had seen nothing. The old village chief was not the purpose for his journey. It would not be easy to kill a cultivator of the Saint Plane who was skilled at the spatial arts. As for where they went, he did not care. He had Zhou Yanwang stationed in the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, as well as the Golden Phoenix Matrix. It was impregnable. Would only a few people be able to attack it? Even if the Holy Ji Palace's whole army attacked his palace, it would be all in vain. It would be nothing more than them seeking out their own destruction. The group of elites of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had already set out, and that plan would not change. Several days later, the year was near its end. 9 States College welcomed in its year-end sparring session. This was a test of the disciples' cultivation over the year. It was very grand, and most of the disciples would attend. Every year at this time it was possible that new saints would emerge. The beginning and end of each year were the most lively times for the college. This time, the great Zhou Sacred King went to observe the ceremony. The cultivators from Shihua Sacred Mountain also went, and Yi Futian in Herb Garden naturally also received an invitation. People of the 3 holy lands exchanged their cultivation at 9 States College. As a guest, the college would naturally treat him with excellent courtesy, but Yi Futian did not participate. The last few days of the medicine test had finished, and there would probably soon be violence. He had no interest in this ceremony. Because of his refusal, many at the college said that Yi Futian was somewhat rude. Had he had directly refused an invitation to such a grand event because he looked down on 9 States College's cultivator strength? 9 States College's grand events were extremely lively, but Yi Futian continued to peacefully cultivate in Herb Garden. At the same time, a true holy battle broke out in the capital of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The sacred elder of the Holy Ji Palace descended upon the palace of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and fought an astonishing battle with Zhou Yanwang. Zhou Yanwang was suppressed and retreated into the palace to set off the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, just barely blocking the village chief's attack and repelling him. This battle shocked the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The former sword servant of the Sword Saint of the Void was so powerful that he could suppress Zhou Yanwang. Qin Zhuang and the others also appeared in the capital. When the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army attacked them, they withdrew, but they never left the holy capital. Just as Yi Futian ordered, their goal was to watch the people of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and pin them down. With Qin Zhuang controlling the spatial sword matrix, as long as they were a bit careful, they wouldn't be trapped by their opponents. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's cultivators had no way to kill them. In the Holy Ji Palace, during the time that Yi Futian was gone, everyone was cultivating diligently and increasing their power. The palace had gathered the strong men from around the barren state, and was increasing the matrices set up by Yang Shao. There was no need to worry about being attacked. A demonic beast circled in the sky above the palace and then landed on the highest tower in Holy Sage Pavilion. It said, "The palace lord orders all the cultivators to gather at Holy Sage Pavilion for a discussion." Everyone looked up at the demonic beast. It was the black wind condor. They all knew this was Yi Futian's demonic beast, and that it was of one mind with him and so could directly transmit his orders. Soon all the cultivators in the Holy Ji Palace gathered together at Holy Sage Pavilion. Hua Jiu also came. She looked up at the black wind condor. Was there finally news of that guy? Other than those garrisoned at Matrix Palace, you are free to send sages as crack troops towards 9-State City. However, you need to leave half your force here to assist and guard the palace, said the black wind condor. Although Yi Futian had asked the village chief and Qin Zhuang to watch the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he still asked half his forces to stay behind and guard and cooperate with the Matrix Palace. That way, if there were unforeseen circumstances, they could support them. In any case, the palace's foundations could not be moved. Fine. Everyone nodded in succession. Suddenly the Holy Ji Palace burst into activity. They began to dispatch their army and discuss who was going to 9-State City. Obviously there was going to be a battle there. After a while the army set out for 9-State City. Many demonic beasts also proceeded from different directions. In the herb garden at 9 States College, Yi Futian walked out of the medicinal pool. His muscles rippled after undergoing repeated transformations. His skin was like jade, just like a baby's except not as soft, and its lines seemed to be full of power. This was the last day of year 10,012 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, and he had finally completed the tests. For 81 full days he had transformed his physical body. After cleansing it, it was stronger than before and he had broken through the plane. He now understood the law of particles. This medicine test had not only not cost him his life, it had even made him stronger. Saint Jiang, Little Butterfly, Sage Dozhan, Yu Sheng and the rest were all there and personally witnessed Yi Futian complete the test. Yi Futian walked up to Saint Jiang and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Senior. It is your own creation. There's no need to thank me. If you couldn't bear it, your body would have already rotted," Saint Jiang said indifferently. What he said was the truth. Yi Futian did not need to thank him. Yi Futian smiled and said, "Senior, today is the last day of the year. Why don't we have a banquet together?" "You can celebrate by yourself," answered Saint Jiang, who then turned and left. "Well, at least I gave you a reason to refuse, so you can save a little face." Yi Futian snorted and shrugged. In truth, he had not saved any face. But Little Butterfly said with a chuckle, "The master always celebrates the end of the year by himself. We've never celebrated with him, so don't mind him." "Really?" whispered Yi Futian. Saint Jiang's voice came from afar. "If you live, after you enter the sage plane you can start the second round of tests." Yi Futian shuddered at his words. This round of tests had been torture. If he had to do it again, he did not know what kind of pain he would have to endure. Chapter 856. At the beginning of year 10,013 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, many powerful cultivators from the Summer State set off on their journey to 9-State City. At the beginning of year 10,013 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, many powerful cultivators from the Summer State set off on their journey to 9-State City. 9-State College was very active at the beginning and end of each year, especially the beginning. That was the time when it recruited new disciples. It caused a sensation every year. The cultivators from the Summer State would come together, and even those from other states would come, all to pass the assessment. This year the cultivators who had come from all over the 9 states were particularly numerous. Even cultivators from other holy lands in the Summer State had come out, like the Yi clan, the Yu clan, and the Xia clan. They were of course not coming only because 9-State College was recruiting disciples. In fact, 9 state colleges recruited disciples every year, so it was quite frequent and the Holy Lands wouldn't come to the ceremony. But this time the sacred war between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace Barren State raged from the Barren State to Nine-State City. They had all received news that both sides had sent out troops. And in the capital a battle had even broken out between cultivators of the Saint Plain. At the same time, Sage Dojan was breaking through the divine catastrophe in Nine-State City. It was very likely that soon a new saint would emerge, and the great Zhou sacred king would want to hunt him down. This background had attracted many cultivators to come. It could truly be called a stormy meeting. The great Zhou sacred dynasty did not have a New Year's sort of atmosphere. Before the sacred war broke out, the dynasty's cultivators had not thought the war would be this difficult. They thought the great Zhou sacred king could directly lead the army to the Holy Ji Palace and raze it to the ground and occupy the barren state. They had never thought they'd be defeated, and never thought that Sage Wuliang would be killed and the three great forces wiped out. And even less had they thought that the other side would one day launch an attack on the capital. At that time, in the majestic palace in the holy capital, Zhou Yanwang stood before the great hall. Although he was a little old, his manner was still imposing. His long beard flowed, and his phoenix-patterned robe fluttered in the wind. "My lord, we've looked all over for them and have found no traces. And there is news from the barren state. The Holy Ji Palace has sent out its troops. They are probably going to Nine-State City. How should we respond?" A cultivator stood before Zhou Yanwang making his report. No wonder they were wandering around the holy capital. Their goal wasn't to fight, but to contain us. Zhou Yanwang looked cold and indifferent. He finally understood the village chief and Qin Zhuang's intentions. Moreover, they could withdraw to Nine-State City for support at any time. "Convey my order, leave a few legions to guard the matrix and resist them making a sneak attack. Prepare the rest of the army to move out towards Nine-State City." His opponents wanted to distract his army while they advanced and retreated as they pleased, offering support to their army in Nine-State City whenever they wanted. How could he let them do as they please? "I will be one step ahead." As he spoke, he turned into a lightning bolt and shot into the sky as fast as possible. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's army was not afraid of Qin Zhuang and his trivial 9 cultivators. Instead, they would be contained by the village chief, and thus Zhou Yanwang chose to get one step ahead and bypass him. When one was alone, his goals should be small. His body continued on towards the sky until he reached the clouds, at which point he changed direction and shot forward. But he gradually began to feel uneasy. The powerful divine path will covered the vast world, but did not catch a trace of his opponent's auras. He frowned slightly. An aura seemed to be spreading. Suddenly Zhou Yanwang's expression hardened as a boundlessly powerful aura burst forth. Suddenly the space between the heavens and the earth became crimson like blood. It was like the sky was burning. Suddenly a terrible sword chi appeared in the sky. It seemed to be spatial swordsmanship. The sword turned into the power of the great path. It moved between heaven and earth, ignoring the spatial distance as it shot towards him. "The ghost lingers on," screamed Zhou Yanwang. The power of the laws of the great path flowed forth, and a huge golden phoenix appeared in the sky. As he lifted his hand, a void-smashing talon descended upon the sword diagram, causing the void sword to shake and fall. Divine majesty, from beginning to end, had always descended upon the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Many people looked up into the void. There seemed to be a sword diagram there that would swallow the heavens and the earth, as well as a phoenix that had condensed after it had torn through the void. As that monstrous battle broke out, there was a descending aura that made them all feel uneasy. They never left. Zhou Yanwang's face went cold. The holy elder of the Holy Ji Palace had been hiding in the dark, and he had not discovered him. Obviously his opponent was good at hiding and could hide among the crowds of the holy capital. Countless people in the capital looked up into the sky. That terrible battle shook the void. The sword chi swept over thousands of miles. Golden flames burned the heavens. This battle of saints was truly a spectacle. The incomparably terrible wave of turbulence spread towards the great Zhou sacred dynasty palace like a devastating beam of light descending from the sky. It was accompanied by a loud noise like a collision between divine implements. A beam of red light shot down from the sky. But the sword chi kept moving through the air as the sound of collisions continued to spread. Finally, a line of light descended upon the palace, completely destroying one of the halls. At the same time the light of the matrix shone out. The village chief stood in the void wielding the divine sword. He cast a cold glance below him, then turned to leave. Zhou Yanwang stood up from the rubble and slowly rose into the air. His face was hideous. This time there were even marks left upon his body. His opponent was determined to leave him there. He was not permitted to have any thoughts of leaving here to go to Nine-State City for support. Yanwang. A cultivator's figure flickered into being. He noticed the bloody sword mark left on Zhou Yanwang's body. If he had not had a divine implement body, he would be afraid that he was seriously wounded. Zhou Yanwang had been completely suppressed by the Holy Elder of the Holy Ji Palace. Don't worry about me. The sage army is ready to go. If Qin Zhuang and his 9 swordsmen dare to fight us face to face, we will be able to completely slaughter them, said Zhou Yanwang coldly. Yanwang, that time when Qin Zhuang and the others killed 3 powerful forces from the Infinite Palace, it was to prevent their battle arrays from combining together and to sweep away 3 top forces with their power. If we rush to Nine-State City, we can only weave matrices along the way, otherwise Qin Zhuang will ambush us. Someone bowed and said. Qin Zhuang and the others would of course not face them head-on, but would want to break them one by one. Once they left the battle matrix, they would become their opponent's prey. Then weave matrices along the way, and don't leave any weak points, Zhou Yanwang said coldly. He obviously had no way to travel with them, as that guy from Tombkeeper Village was guarding him. Of course. The man in front of him nodded. This was the only way. They would lay out matrices all the way to Nine-State City. This time it was said that the Holy Ji Palace had dispatched half their army. If they didn't go to support the dynasty's army in Nine-State City, they might not be able to cope with the situation. Soon the army gathered, opened up a large matrix, and then marched splendidly out of the palace and hurried towards Nine-State City. Outside the palace, countless people looked at the spectacular scene taking place in the void. The army had been sent out. Would they destroy Futian in one fell swoop? The army passed through the sky like a black cloud over the city. All along the way a demonic beast followed along at a distance. Go over there and destroy it, a sage mounted on a demonic beast ordered his mount. Suddenly the mount rushed towards the demonic beast. Just a moment later a demonic beast fell from the sky. Over the past few days they had seen traces of demonic beasts and they suspected their opponents were using beastmasters to monitor their movements. Behind them, Qin Zhuang and the others followed them on the sword. The people Great Zhou's sacred dynasty found this out, but they did not care. Qin Zhuang and the others would not directly face them. A demonic beast swooped down in front of Qin Zhuang and the others. What do we do? Qin Zhuang asked the beast. A strange light flashed in its eyes. Follow them, it said in a human voice. All right. Qin Zhuang and the others nodded. Their figures flashed, and they continued to follow the cultivators of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Their opponents had sent out their army and their goal was great. It was absolutely impossible to shake them off. At that time, Futian, who was cultivating at Nine-State College, opened his eyes and a little bit of talent flashed out. Did the Great Zhou sacred dynasty have another army to send out? If so, they should fight the first battle earlier. He closed his eyes again and perceived where the black-winged condor was. He conveyed an order. The black-winged condor was accompanying the Barren State's army. They were heading for Nine-State City, and powerful cultivators such as Sword Saint, Huang Shi, Yun Shang and Yu Qi were leading the army. The black-winged condor spread its wings and flew before Sword Saint and Yu Qi and said, "Change directions. Don't go to Nine-State City." Everyone's eyes flashed as they looked at the black-winged condor. They naturally understood this was not the will of the black-winged condor, but Futian's. "Where do we go?" asked Yu Qi. "The Great Zhou sacred dynasty has sent out another army towards Nine-State City. We will go to cut them off. We will fight them before they get to Nine-State City to join up with the Great Zhou sacred king. Get ready to fight. Qin Zhuang and the others are there and will fight with you," continued the black-winged condor, but the words were spoken with Yi Futian's tone. Very well. Yu Qi and the others all nodded. The reason why Yi Futian was prepared to cut them off in advance was very simple. Both the Holy Ji Palace and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had left behind a strong garrison. They had almost no strength in Nine-State City. Sage Dozhan, the undying old man, Yuan Hong and the rest were not equal to the forces of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, it would be beneficial to cut them off before the two sides met. Chapter 857. The Nine-State College was the symbol of the Nine-State City and renowned throughout the world. The Nine-State College was the symbol of the Nine-State City and renowned throughout the world. As such, when the Nine-State College was recruiting students, it was not only a major thing for the college itself, it was also a grand event for the Nine-State City. The entire city would be at its rowdiest at that time every year. The event was of such importance that examinations for intake was not held within the college's grounds, but at the platform stage at the central area of the city. Countless mighty ones from the summer state gathered at the start of the year. As such, rounds and rounds of elimination processes needed to be carried out by mighty ones from both the city and the college itself at the stage. It was not until the very last stages of such processes that great figures from the college appeared, being there for selecting candidates with the most potential. The Nine-State City was incredibly lively as the event was held. The Nine-State platform area was practically filled with people and countless were looking forward to see if any noteworthy candidates would have made it into the college and become a hallowed disciple of the divine path of the college. While the Nine-State City was having its time of the year, mighty ones from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty of the Eastern State and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State were still on their way. As both sides were having great army expeditions, it was inevitable that they moved slower than usual. Crossing a vast state was not something that could have been done in a day or two, as both sides consisted of mighty ones from all level of Sage Plain. Those who were of lower training would have definitely slowed everyone else down. Things inside the college itself were just as rowdy. However, Yi Futian did not feel anything different from his other days. He was still training diligently in the new year and he was busy planning for the war. The Sacred King's ill intentions were definitely a crisis for his teacher. However, unless they have decided to shut themselves inside the college for good, it was something that they would have had to face sooner or later. The Sacred King was watching them at the college after all. There were students from the college coming to visit the palace where Yi Futian took up residence. Yi Futian left the herb garden after he was done with the medicine tests and returned to his arranged residence in the college. Yi Futian received his visitors from the college there. Pleased to meet you, Palace Lord Yi. Those students were of exceptional bearing as they bowed to Yi Futian. They were all unfamiliar faces, which apparently meant that they were not people that he knew from the college before. The pleasure is mine. May I ask what brought all of you here today? Yi Futian asked. The Nine-State College is holding its recruitment this year and people from all over the summer state is here to witness the event. The elders of the college would be there personally to select the new students tomorrow. We have extended invitations to all from other holy lands who are here at the college as guests. Uncle Luyun has asked me to extend the invitation to you, Palace Lord Yi. Would you be able to make time to witness the event at the Nine-State platform? The one who was extending the invitation was very well-mannered and polite. Yi Futian pondered as he continued to look at them. The recruitment was not carried out within the grounds of the Nine-State College. It was held at the Nine-State platform area of the Nine-State City, which was considered outside the college. It was a given that the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would not have tried anything that would have affected the college's grand event. However, once the event has ended, what would have happened was entirely predictable. Yi Futian's deep eyes continued to gaze on the visitors, which surprisingly made them feel somewhat pressure. They averted Yi Futian's gaze as a result. A moment later, Yi Futian smiled and the formless pressure disappeared without a trace. I see. I would be there tomorrow. Yi Futian smiled and agreed to attend the event. Is the Nine-State College trying to make the event more rowdy than it already is? The students bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Palace Lord Yi. We shall head back and report immediately. Please do. Yi Futian waved as he said. The visitors left soon after. After they left, Sage Dozhan, Yuan Hong, the undying old man and others came to Yi Futian's side and said, "It seems like we've overstayed our welcome, and now the college wants to send us and the ones from the great Zhou sacred dynasty off as soon as possible." It was entirely within reason for them to do so, Yi Futian smiled and said. It was not a sustainable idea for people from 3 holy lands to keep holing up in the 9-state college. Furthermore, the 9-state college knew well why mighty ones from all corners of the summer state had gathered in the city. It was obviously more than just to attend the college's recruitment event. As such, the college naturally needed to give face to those mighty ones and invite them to witness the event. They should be here soon, eh? Sage Dozhan asked. We should be able to see them tomorrow. They're already within Summer State territory as we speak, Yi Futian answered. The Summer State was incredibly vast. It was located west of the Eastern State and southwest of the Barren State. As such, even though mighty ones from the Barren State intended to intercept the ones from the Eastern State on their way, but the route taken hardly changed and they would have needed to enter the Summer State still. Well then, that's quite a coincidence indeed, Sage Dozhan sighed. The village chief should be returning soon enough, Yi Futian added. As speculated by Zhou Yanwang, the village chief had been loitering around the great Zhou sacred dynasty's holy capital with Qin Zhuang and others, precisely because he wanted to check them out, while diverting reinforcements away at the same time. It was due precisely to having been able to speculate the village chief's intentions, that Zhou Yanwang had decided to order the army to head for the 9-state city. However, he himself remained trapped within the palace. Every time he ventured outside, there would definitely have been interception attempts waiting for him. He no longer dared to venture too far after several attempts of breaking the interceptions. He nonetheless came out to see what the old man had been up to time and again. The 9-state city was incredibly lively at the next day. Countless mighty ones gathered at the same spot, the 9-state platform. Great figures from the 9-state college were present that day to select their students. They have even extended invitations to people from other holy lands to come witness the event. Many mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint rankings were seen that day, as well as some of the younger generations who had grown quite famous throughout the 9 states. For example, Yi Futian, who had been the talk of people from everywhere as of late, as well as Yu Xing, the champion of the 9-state forum. Of course, there were also those hallowed disciples of the divine path from the 9-state college. In the eyes of countless people, those names all belonged to figures of legends. The college itself was equally as lively. Many mighty ones ventured outside the college in droves, heading for the 9-state platform. Yi Futian and his people were preparing to depart as well. While their numbers were thin, they nonetheless represented a holy land from the Barren State. However, they were someone else from the herb garden coming out to see them before they departed. It was none other than Su Chehan and Little Butterfly. They were instructed by their teacher, Saint Jiang, to witness the event, as well as to bring a gift to Sage Dozhan. This is something that I was told by my teacher to present to Senior Dozhan. It is something capable of invoking one's inner potential for a short period of time. Should you meet any trouble with passing the divine catastrophe, it would come in handy by amplifying your chances. Little Butterfly passed a pill to Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian took it and said, "Please send my regards and gratitude to Saint Jiang." He then turned around and handed it over to Sage Dozhan. It seemed that Saint Jiang knew that the time for Sage Dozhan to face his ordeal would soon come. Teacher has asked us to witness the event in his stead. Let's head out together then, Little Butterfly said gently. Will do. Yi Futian nodded and took a look at Su Chehan, who was right behind her, saying with a smile, I take it that you won't have anything against the arrangement, great teacher Su? Su Chehan glanced at him coldly, then turned around and said, Let's go. Yi Futian took a look at his back. It seemed that he did not mention anything about him looking for Yi Futian before to Little Butterfly. Let's head out, Yi Futian said. The group went outside the palace and joined the massive horde in the journey. There were eyes looking at them occasionally. There were quite a lot of talk regarding Yi Futian in the 9-state college as of late. The nine-state platform was a place of great importance of meaning to the nine-state city. The recruitment event of the nine-state college was held there every year. It was rumored that in ancient times, immensely powerful figures throughout the nine states had gathered there for meetings. The nine-state platform was divided into 9 major areas. Every single area had a huge stone tablet carving on it, which was huge symbols of the names of the 9 states: summer, Qi, cloud, barren. Every single ancient symbol had a distinct style. The symbol of summer state felt grim, solemn, and imposing. The symbol of Qi state felt sharp in a skyscraping manner. The symbol of barren state felt thick and powerful. There was a throne of sorts under every single tablet with the image of an ancient word symbol. It was said that leaders of the 9 states used to sit on them. There were many seats below the thrones, and there were even steps leading downward. A vast platform which served as a stage was right before the 9 word tablets. The scene looked incredibly magnificent. People filled the areas surrounding the stage, and whichever direction one looked in, one would have found only people. The mighty ones from the great Zhou sacred dynasty is here the earliest. Many turned their eyes at a direction. The sacred king was there, and he walked to the throne beneath the eastern state symbol, not hesitating to sit on it. The throne had once been that of a leader of the eastern state. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had once reigned all over the eastern state, so it was only natural that the sacred king would have been the leader. Even though the eastern state was now fractured into multiple forces, but he was nonetheless the only lord of a holy land that came to the event that time. As such, he was of course more than qualified to sit on that throne. That 9 thrones had a historical meaning, and one did not need to actually be a leader reigning all over a state to sit there after all. Mighty ones from the Xihua sacred mountain are here. Many saw that there were quite a number of people heading there, and many gestured respectfully to the sacred king. That's Lu Zong, the student of 3 saints? One of those in the crowd looked at one of the young people. Mighty ones from the Yu clan. Someone else looked at the other corner. The Yu clan was a holy land in the summer state who was versed in the art of sealing. Those who studied in Yu clan were incredibly terrifying. Mighty ones from the Yi clan are here too. Yet another person looked somewhere else. The mighty ones from the college are here. It came as to no surprise that the people from the college were the most numerous. Many came in droves one after another. Lin Shubai, Tong He. Many continued to gasp as the most renowned of the 2 hallowed disciples in the college, the 2 who were lauded to be the successor to the chief of the 9-state college, were there as well. Both of them exhibited extraordinary bearing. Lin Shubai was receiving guests who came while Tong He remained unfettered as he sat down quietly, making his carvings. Many from the Yu clan and the Yi clan turned their eyes to look at both of them. Many extraordinary students from those 2 forces had come to witness the event as well. At that moment, several figures were seen walking towards the tablet of the barren state, and many turned their heads immediately. Even mighty ones from other holy lands turned to look at them as well. Many pairs of eyes were looking at the handsome young man. He walked the steps in a composed manner and came before the throne. He turned around and sat while scanning the crowd, looking regal and imposing. It was none other than the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, Futian. He was currently the most legendary figure of the younger generation at the moment throughout the 9 states. Chapter 858. In the 9 states, geniuses would emerge in every generation. The pride of every holy land, hallowed disciples and sons, these were all people who were born from time to time. In the 9 states, geniuses would emerge in every generation. The pride of every holy land, hallowed disciples and sons, these were all people who were born from time to time. However, they were still the younger generation and suppressed by the aura of the previous generation. There was nobody who was like Yi Futian, becoming the leader of a holy land as a noble plane. Of course, this was also due to the unique position the barren state was in. If it was merely the barren state's Holy Ji Palace having a new palace lord, the people from the 9 states would not care as much. However, since the Holy Ji Palace had been under Yi Futian's leadership, the barren state had been transforming and creating one miracle after another. The first time they stepped out of the barren state, They had cracked the celestial dragon chess game in the Chess Saint Villa. On the 9-state forum, the Baron State came in first among all the Holy Lands. In the Nether Sword Mound, he had activated the sword matrix of the Void and killed a saint. He had made a saint appear in the long-weakened Baron State and united the wills of the Baron State's army in the Sacred War to fend off the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Now, Dozhan was about to become a saint. The Baron State would have its second saint. Even the great Zhou sacred king would not be able to take that lying down. That was why Yi Futian was deemed the most dazzling figure within his generation. It was no exaggeration, nobody had ever created such miracles. Looking at the teenage figure sitting on by the stone tablet with Baron written on it, he was indeed qualified to sit there. Moreover, Yi Futian already had the aura of a Holy Lands leader. Even though his cultivation level was not high, it was by no means inferior to that of the influential figures from the other Holy Lands in the 9 states. It was as though he was born to take that position. Many people also noticed that not far away from Yi Futian, Little Butterfly smiled and nodded towards Yi Futian before walking over to the 9-state college's position. After all, she was from the college, so she could not be seated in the Baron State's position. Su Chehan was also with Little Butterfly. When they saw this scene, many people thought to themselves, it seems like the rumors spreading around the 9-state college recently might be true. The Xia clan's experts have arrived. Someone announced. At that moment, another group of people had arrived. Many people stood up and saluted the incoming Xia clan members. In the Summer State, although the 9-state college had a reputation as the #1 college in the 9 states, the Xia clan was the strongest faction in the Summer State. After the Xia clan's experts had arrived, another group of people walked forward from a distance. In an instant, the people from the college all stood up. Countless experts around the 9 states platforms all had serious expressions on their faces as they stared at the oncoming white-bearded elder. The 9-state college chief, Saintly, had personally come. Saintly would usually not appear on these kinds of occasions, but today, many Holy Lands had come for the ceremony, and there were also leaders from Holy Lands like the great Zhou sacred king as well as the Xia clan's experts. If he did not come out, the others would not be able to handle the situation. Greetings to the college chief. The college's disciples all stood up to greet him. The experts from the Holy Lands all stood up to greet him as well. Even the great Zhou sacred king stood up to show his respect. Yi Futian naturally stood up as well. Saintly was the 10th on the 9 states saint ranking and was highly respected. His position in the 9 states was also extremely reverent. Even the great Zhou sacred king would have to call him senior when visiting him. Saintly walked to the throne before the summer tablet and took a seat. Although his age was high, his eyes were still full of life. With just a single gaze, everyone could feel the aura emanating from Saintly. The vast area fell silent all of a sudden. Just by sitting there, it felt as though Saintly had blended in with the great path. The force in the heavens could be used by him, and he could awe countless people with his aura. Today, it is once again time for the 9-state college to select their disciples. There are people from different Holy Lands that have come to watch. It is my 9-state college's honor to have you. Let us all witness it together then. Saintly said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the people within tens of miles could all hear him clearly. Let us begin, please don't hold back, Saintly announced. In an instant, the invisible aura disappeared and the host stepped forward. The selected geniuses stepped forward in succession and started the paper examination. The great Zhou sacred king looked forward. Since Yi Futian had arrived, he had not taken a single glance at him, as though he did not know about his existence. At that moment, the great Zhou sacred king only looked at the battle platform, admiring the battles among the geniuses. Yi Futian was also the same as he sat quietly. One after another, experts stepped forward and revealed their extraordinary strength and potential. After all, they had gone through many rounds of selection to reach this step, and they were all elites. While the 9-state city was having its celebration, in a location within the countless territories of the Summer State, there was a group of experts traversing across the air with a terrifying aura. This group of people was the army that had come from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. They moved in formation, and the people who passed by them all avoided them, afraid of being caught up in something they were uninvolved in. Far behind them, Qin Zhuang and the others continued to follow them, not breaking away from the team. At that moment, the accompanying demonic beast had a glint flash across its eyes. The army was about to converge. "Prepare yourselves," a voice sounded from the demonic beast. Qin Zhuang and the others all had the glint of swords in their expressions, and it looked brilliant. "After so many days, we can finally loosen up." Su Shang smiled and said, "The atmosphere was completely unlike the graveness before a war. There seemed to be a fog in the air." The great Zhou sacred dynasty's army frowned as they felt their spiritual will being affected. The fog started to become denser and their spiritual wills were unable to penetrate it. "Watch out, it seems to be illusion sorcery." An expert from the great Zhou sacred dynasty waved his hand, and in an instant, the army slowed down. However, they had already stepped into the ethereal fog. Experts stepped forward and a blinding light shot out from their eyes. Their spiritual will and rule power shot through the air and forcefully penetrated the fog. The fog seemed endless, but the spiritual will penetrated through it rapidly and opened a path. Finally, when the outside world appeared to them, their expressions changed. "There's an ambush, prepare for battle." A roar sounded out. Instantly, all of them burst forth with strong auras and it engulfed the area in a split second. Their might was so strong that it scattered the fog. The fog continually scattered as the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army felt two contrasting sensations simultaneously, heat and frost. Raising their heads, they saw a group of experts appear before them. They were refining the divine sun furnace, and there was a terrifying flame in the divine sun furnace, engulfing the skies and turning even the air bright red. The person at the front was Yu Qi. He was topless and sweat trickled down his bronze-colored skin. He held a giant divine sun hammer in his hands, and the hammer let out a faint saint aura. Countless spiritual qi in the area rushed towards him and became a terrifying flame hurricane. This was his alchemy city's most important saint instrument and had unparalleled offensive ability. On the other side, the experts from the ice temple appeared. Their ice matrix caused frost to constantly appear in the air. The contrasting rule powers of ice and fire engulfed the battlefield from both sides. As for the front, there were sovereign family experts led by Huang Shi and the heavenly battle matrix led by Sage Jinggang. Behind them, a terrifying sword aura emanated, and the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army knew that it was Qin Zhuang and the other swordsmen activating their sword matrix. Defense matrix? A voice sounded out within the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army. In an instant, the experts within the army all started to form a defensive matrix. When being ambushed, the best course of action was to defend and assess the enemy's strength before counterattacking. The army from the great Zhou sacred dynasty was equally terrifying. Otherwise, they would not have dared to provide assistance in the presence of Qin Zhuang. They were made up of extremely strong forces. As the battle erupted, giant demonic beast shadows appeared. A giant golden phoenix appeared and covered the skies, spreading out above them. A green dragon roared and also stood above their heads. The flames from the divine sun furnace sank down with a destructive force and ignited the air, creating a destructive fire that gradually melted the giant battle matrix. In the air, the topless Yu Qi used the divine sun hammer in his hand to siphon the strength of the experts behind him. The boundless fire in the area gathered, and the divine sun hammer grew bigger. Yu Qi lifted it and smashed it downwards. With a thunderous sound, a destructive pattern appeared where the divine sun furnace crashed down on and the battle matrix below shook. In the moment that Yu Qi attacked, the experts all burst forth with their attacks. Sage Jinggang let out a roar and gathered the force of the heavenly battle matrix on his body. At that moment, he appeared to have a golden body, and his fists tore through the air, and the shadow fists traveled across the air towards the enemy. Huang Shi also moved. In front of him, a giant bow appeared and he knocked it. 81 arrows shot through the air with a terrifying force. There were also many other experts who fired their attacks. In a split second, the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army was barraged by countless attacks in the air. Crash, crash, crash. Wave after wave of explosions sounded as the defensive matrix was repeatedly impacted. As the matrix collapsed, an icy wind blew past and a cold current engulfed them. Many people turned into ice statues under the current. One could see how terrifying its force was. The Ice Temple Lord Yunshang had cast a spell using her staff. "Break," Yunshang said in an icy voice. The ice statues on the outer ring cracked and the people inside died. All formations spread out and find your individual enemy to battle. Another voice sounded out. They had been ambushed and trapped in the middle. The barren state's army attacked with them at the center and that had left them in a reactive position. At that moment, Yuqi let out another furious roar and smashed down yet again with his divine sun hammer. The sun flare that could melt everything was brought down along with it as well. The battle on this side had completely broken out. Far away on the nine-state city's nine-state platform, it was still bustling and Yi Futian and the great Zhou sacred king were still admiring the battles on the platform. However, at that moment Yi Futian raised his head and looked into the distance. The battle had begun. It was up to Yuqi, Huang Shi, Qin Zhuang, Su Shang and the rest. Chapter 859. On the nine-state platform, there were many geniuses appearing successively and selected by the influential figures from the nine-state college and taking them under their wing. On the nine-state platform, there were many geniuses appearing successively and selected by the influential figures from the nine-state college and taking them under their wing. There were people from all cultivation levels. Among them, there were a few extremely strong figures with the potential to become a hallowed disciple. The summer state has countless prodigies appearing every generation. Today, the nine-state college is accepting disciples and countless extraordinary people have appeared. It seems like many people did not participate in this year's Eastern State Shihua Sacred Mountains Nine-State Forum. An elder from the Xia clan smiled and said, "That's right, the splendor of the nine-state college accepting disciples is not inferior to the nine-state forum." Another person laughed as he echoed. Evidently, he was just saying it because of the occasion. Previously, the nine-state forum was held on the Shihua Sacred Mountain. The cultivators from the other states needed to follow their holy lands there, so some non-holy land cultivators were naturally unwilling to go there. Of course, majority of the people from the holy lands had participated in it, so it can definitely show the strength of the younger generation from the various holy lands. The nine-state college chief saintly smiled and replied, "Now that you mention it, I've heard that the barren state's performance was the most eye-catching during the nine-state forum. Today, the nine-state forum's #1 person Yu Sheng seems to be here." Someone commented. As he said that, many people turned to look at Yu Sheng, who was beside Yi Futian. If it was not for Yi Futian's existence, perhaps Yu Sheng would be the mascot of the younger generation. The #1 person on the nine-state forum meant a huge deal to the nine states. Moreover, it was rumored that Yu Sheng obtaining first on the nine-state forum was truly well-deserved. There were people who claimed that even when compared to other generations, Yu Sheng would still be able to obtain first. Of course, the other geniuses from the previous nine-state forums were unwilling to accept that. Senior has praised him too highly. Although Yu Sheng is indeed not bad, he has some flaws that need polishing. As such, I have intentionally brought him to the nine-state college to learn." Yi Futian said to Saintly. Since Saintly had such high praise, it was only respectful of him to reply. Many of the nine-state college's disciples cursed in their hearts when they heard that. While this bastard was learning in the college, he had beat up many people and caused them to not dare to provoke him. It is commendable that Palace Lord Yi can humbly ask for advice. Each generation has its own geniuses and today, in the younger generation, there are the previous firsts of the nine-state forum. An expert from the Xia clan smiled as he said, "On the previous nine-state forum, the #1 had been a disciple from the nine-state college. He was now within the crowd and his name was Tong He. Moreover, it was rumored that Tong He's cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast and his cultivation level increased extremely rapidly. In only 5 years, he was already a mid-level magi. His cultivation speed was shocking and there were few people who could compete with him in the nine states. As such, his reputation within the Nine State College was widespread and he was known as the Nine State College's successor alongside Lin Shubai. Every generation has its own geniuses. There are also many other people who missed this time's Nine State Forum because of their cultivation level, but that does not mean that they are weak. An expert from the E clan said. Perhaps if the Nine State Forum was held at a different time, the ending might have been different. Even someone as strong as Yu Sheng might not be able to come in first. Many people look towards the E clan's expert. The influential figures from the Summer State naturally knew why he said that. The E clan had an elite figure who had missed out on the Nine State Forum as he had broken through to the Sage Plane before the Nine State Forum. That is only natural. If Yu Sheng had missed it, he would definitely not be first. However, if Yu Sheng happened to be in that cultivation level, he would easily obtain first even in another generation. Yi Futian smiled and replied, causing many people to be shocked and look towards the young figure sitting on the Baron State's tablet throne. Although he said it with his usual joking tone, the arrogance in his tone was unmistakable. The E clan's expert had claimed that in another generation, Yu Sheng might not be able to come in first, but he had replied that in another generation, obtaining first might be even simpler. In any generation, Yu Sheng would be able to obtain first, as long as he was within the cultivation level limitation. Some people scoffed at Yi Futian's words, but there were also people who had personally watched the Nine State Forum who agreed. They had seen how strong Yaya was. In their eyes, in another generation, perhaps Yu Sheng's strongest opponent would be someone on Zhuge Yi's level. Hypothetical situations are pointless. Let us continue watching the battles. Saintly said coolly, and the crowd ceased their discussion and looked towards the battle platform. However, Yi Futian's heart was not on the battles. There was another battlefield being projected in his head. His frame of mind was not as relaxed as it looked. The ambush's lineup included more than half of the palace's strength and had Qin Zhuang and the others join in as well. Their objective was to eliminate the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army to the best of their ability. However, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty evidently knew that the palace had sent out reinforcements and had sent an equally strong lineup. This battle would not be easy. At that moment, in the battlefield far away from the Nine-State City, the battle continued. In the life and death battle, both sides used overbearing methods to destroy the opponent's battle matrix. The Holy Ji Palace's people used an ambush to surround them, but following that, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's experts launched a strong counterattack by splitting their army and attacking their battle matrix. Experts died unceasingly from both sides and the battle was extremely fierce. Moreover, as the battle continued, the battlefield repeatedly expanded and the scope of battle expanded rapidly. At that moment, in one location, there were two extremely strong experts facing off. On the Holy Ji Palace's side, it was the Alchemy City Lord Yu Qi. He was one of the leading figures for the Holy Ji Palace's army. He had led the Baron State's southwest region factions to battle. The Fire Emperor Palace, Goddess Pavilion, and other elite factions had all followed him into battle. The illusionary magic that had been cast just now was the work of the Goddess Pavilion's Chu Ji and her disciples. Standing opposite Yu Qi was one of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's elite factions, the Flaming Prison Clan's leader. The Flaming Prison Clan was the strongest faction after the Infinite Palace. Back then, when the Infinite Palace had been eradicated, the Flaming Prison Clan's disciples were all in a panic and moved into the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's capital and had now been taken in by the Great Zhou Sacred King. Towards this, the Flaming Prison Clan leader Sage Yanyu was extremely displeased. As the leader of his own faction, he had freedom, but now he needed to act based on others' opinions in the Great Zhou's palace and even had to take orders from them. For example, Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Ye Gai all had authority over him. There were also many other royalty within the Sacred Dynasty that had weaker cultivation levels than him that had higher positions than him, so he felt repressed. The origin of all this was because the Great Zhou Sacred King had initiated the Sacred War. However, he did not dare to begrudge the Great Zhou Sacred King, so he could only direct his hatred towards the people of the Baron State. Yu Qi, I've heard that you are in the top 10 of the Baron Sky ranking and the Alchemy City has a few saint instruments. Let me witness today the strength of the Barren Sky Rankings Top 10. Sage Yinyu said coldly. There was a flame dimension around the two of them, and the boundless flames had shrouded the entire area. However, their flames were different. Yu Qi's flames was the divine fire of the sun that could melt everything. After he released his life spirit, he looked like a fire war god. Sage Yinyu's flames had a terrifying dark glow and contained an alarming destructive force, as though it had come from the pits of hell. The two flames clashed and created a zone that nobody dared to come near. Sage Yinyu also had a saint instrument that he had inherited like some of the elite factions in the barren state. It was the flaming prison spear that caused the dark flames in the air to gather rapidly. Many giant dark fireballs appeared in the vast area and rushed towards Yu Qi. Behind Yu Qi, the sun's glow was extremely brilliant and surrounded his body, melting the hellfire. Behind Sage Yinyu, a huge dark flame shadow appeared. It looked like a demon from hell, and it was the manifestation of his life spirit. It donned a hell armor and looked menacing. The demonic figure stretched out its arm and grabbed the flaming prison spear. The spear grew swiftly as the demonic figure stepped forward and walked towards Yu Qi. Yu Qi felt the destructiveness of the force, but he did not step back. His grip on the divine sun hammer tightened, and he stared coldly at the oncoming demon. The sacred war directly affected the barren state's future. As someone with a saint instrument, he was one of the elites within the barren state's battle force, and he could not afford to fall here. Although Yi Futian's big brother was strong, but once he borrowed the strength of the demonic blade, he would suffer an intense backlash. Their elite battle force did not differ too much from the opponents. Among the people who had come, the Sword Saint, Yun Shang, Huang Shi, Qin Zhuang and him were the most elite. He would only accept victory as the result. The demon-like figure stretched out its left arm, and instantly, a terrifying force engulfed his body, like a part of hell was crushing down on him. At the same time, it pierced towards him with the flaming prison spear, and dark flames tore through the air, burning everything in its path. Yu Qi moved, entering a state of enlightenment, as though he was making a ritual implement. He swung the divine sun hammer in his hand, and it smashed down with boundless force. The heavens roared, and the space seemed as though it was going to rip. The rule power that was crushing down upon him was neutralized in an instant. At the same time, the demon-like figure had descended upon him and pierced forward with the flaming prison spear. The dark flames penetrated through, and the area seemed to have been frozen and turned into a part of hell. The spear attempted to pierce through the area, which included Yu Qi's body. Yu Qi waved his divine sun hammer frantically, and it turned into a terrifying flame hurricane with shocking power. The flaming prison spear pierced through the air, and a cold, killing intent flashed across Yu Qi's eyes. When the flaming prison spear rushed across the air towards him, Sage Yenyu's expression was frigid. He wanted to see whose offensive ability was stronger. However, he saw the brilliant light that the divine sun hammer emitted becoming larger, bypassing the spear without colliding. It destroyed the hell dimension and smashed towards the demon with boundless force. "You're courting death?" Sage Yinyu saw the scene and said coldly. The spear pierced onto Yu Qi's burning body, but the divine sun hammer also smashed on his head. Two huge sounds were heard at the same time. Yu Qi's bronze-colored skin was torn apart, but there was an explosion of extremely brilliant light. It was a saint instrument armor that had assimilated into his skin. His body was sent flying, and he coughed up mouthfuls of blood while his organs felt like they were being torn apart. However, at the same time, the demon's brain split apart, and Sage Yinyu also coughed up a mouthful of blood. The life spirit was destroyed, and his spirit had suffered heavy injuries that was near fatal. What was even more terrifying was that Yu Qi had released the divine sun hammer when he attacked. The divine sun hammer flew in an arc and smashed down on him. No, letting out a loud roar, Sage Yenyu's face was filled with despair. The divine sun hammer crushed him with the force of Yu Qi's strike, causing his brain to immediately be shattered. With just one strike, Sage Yinyu had been killed. He would never have imagined this in his wildest dreams, only because he did not expect that Yu Qi would be this ruthless. PFF. Yu Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Sage Yenyu's shattered body and said coldly, "I have staked the entire alchemy city. There is no way you can match my determination." Yu Qi naturally knew that his opponent was not weaker than him. If it was a normal duel, the outcome would be unknown. He knew clearly what his advantage was: the Saint instrument. Within his bronze-colored skin lied a Saint instrument. That was why when his opponent charged up his attack, he had made up his mind to gamble for his opponent's life. Sage Yanyu had been ordered by the great Zhou sacred king to participate in the sacred war. He was different. He had staked the alchemy city's future on the sacred war. Their resolutions were on completely different levels. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.